going on, Junkie Nation? Gorgeous George and Goze checking in here on a Saturday for our UFC 313 watch along. I'm Gorgeous George, and that's the Goze. There you go. Listen, we're going to be with you for the next 9 fights, 4 featured prelims, and 5 pay-per-views. And I forgot to mention, we're the MMA Junkie Radio team. We're the hosts of MMA Junkie Radio and have been for the last 18 years. So we kind of know what we're doing. But at the same time, we're fans, man. We let it go. And sometimes we are right. Sometimes we're wrong, but we're passionate, hardcores, junkies, if you will. So hang with us, won't you? It's going to be a fun time where you're going to have a few fighters stop in. All right, so Goze, has your level of excitement risen? Remember, at the beginning of the week, we were talking about turning the page from last week. Pretty exciting Apex card. But we were doing our Monday Junkie Radio, and we were like, well, we're not there yet. Are you there yet now?
I'm getting there. This first fight was amazing. These guys were rock'em sock'em robots. So that definitely gets you there. I was talking about this with somebody earlier in the day, and I think what it comes down to, especially when you live in Vegas, there's so much going on, but there's so many cards that sometimes when one pay-per-view isn't to the level of the last one or the one before that, it just takes something out of you. I don't know how to explain it. But so buzz-wise, maybe the town doesn't feel like there's a UFC pay-per-view going on right now. But as far as wanting to watch this card, I'm getting there. You know, the card took a lot of hits, starting off with Dan Hooker, and then even this morning. Geez, man. I mean, it's getting battered, but here we are. I think a lot of us are tuning in for them last 2 fights more than anything.
For sure. The card is top heavy. There's no doubt about that. We do have ourselves a title fight, and it's probably the most exciting champion the UFC has at this moment. Ilia Topuria and John Jones might have an argument, but Ilia Topuria is no longer a champion, and John Jones doesn't fight very often, and he's kind of ducking. So I don't know. I think it's Pereira by far. And he's the one that's defending against a clear number 1, not someone that was shoehorned in or anything like that. Magomed Ankalaev deserves this title shot. He's deserved it for the last year or so. So it's as proper of a title fight as you can get. And then the highlight, Justin Gaethje takes on Rafael Fiziev. Like Goze noted earlier, Dan Hooker pulled out a few weeks ago, and Fiziev stepped up. So it'll be Fiziev and Gaethje in a 3-round co-main event. 3-round co-main event. I gotta specify that nowadays because there's 5-round co-main events. For example, this week here in Vegas, actually yesterday, they had the 314 press conference, and they had Paddy Pimblett and Michael Chandler, who's will be in the co-main event on that fight card, and that one does go 5 rounds.
Yeah, dude. This main event can prove a lot of things, right? Coming out of it, this can really change a lot of stuff that we've been talking about, especially when you bring up a name like John Jones, right? That's attached to Tom Aspinall. The question is, what happens with Pereira with a win here? Does he stay within the division? Does he chase a 3rd belt? Can you imagine? But I agree with you. As far as being the number 1 star right now, it'd have to be Pereira. And I think one of the things that helps him is when you look at the other names involved, right? You look at a John Jones, you look at a Topuria. Yes, they're big names, and when they fight, people tune in. But they kind of go away after that, right? Pereira is like always around. He's always creating something, whether he's on social media or, you know, on some of these other shows. He's just around. Like, he's in your face all the time. I think he's their cash cow right now, and, you know, rightfully so. They kind of protect him. These probably aren't the best circumstances in this main event here for Ankalaev. It's got to fight through Ramadan, figure all that out. They couldn't make it more difficult for the guy, right? Wait around for as long as you can. All right, we'll give it to you, but it's got to be during Ramadan. Obviously, I think that's protecting your superstar, but who wouldn't do that?
He talked about it too during one of the during one of the embeddeds, but he didn't make too big of a deal about it. He just said, "Here we are. It's fight week, you know." And he did note, though, that on the last week, meaning this week, he would stray away from the norms of Ramadan, where you don't consume water and food during sunlight. He said, to make the weight cut, I'm going to have to stray away just a little bit, but I'll resume right after the fight. And he sounded serious about it, but not disappointed, but he kept it real.
Yeah. I mean, look, there's many ways of breaking down this fight. There's many ways of looking at it. This dude's mentally tough. I think he's a strong cat. If there's anybody that could pull this off, it'd probably be him. But like I said, this is gonna tell us a lot about Alex Pereira and who he actually is and what his legacy is going to be in this division and even going forward, just in the sport.
Goes, let's get our first pick out of the way, and then I have a few things to go over as far as this card. We only have one fight in the books, and I'll explain to you guys why. Usually we're saying, okay, let's recap the early prelims, and we go through like 3 or 4 winners. We only have one for you. So we'll go over that in just a sec. But the first fight of the featured prelims goes is going to be Myron Santos against Francis Marshall. I can't remember who left as the winner last time, picking winners or losers or what, but I defer to you.
Look, I'm kind of a Santos mark. They're already starting to announce their name, so let me get the pick out of the way, and then I'll explain to you why I went with him. I do like, so I'm going to take Santos at minus 250, Marshall's plus 200, and I think he's in this fight as well. I'm actually going to not only take him, but I'm going to take him by decision. I think this will go all 3 rounds, and I'm trying to find that here. That would come out to plus 100 for Santos by decision, and I'm going to take him straight up. I think this is fun. I really liked it on Embedded when they let Santos go into the tough house and just kind of talk to the guys that are currently there right now. If you guys don't know, they're filming the season right now. And I like this kid, man. I think he's tough. Trust me, Marshall's no joke either. I think he's going to put a lot of pressure on Santos, but I think Santos gets the job done. I feel like this is a sport where this kid could possibly be somebody pretty big, and I think this will tell us a lot this fight.
Yeah, I'm a Santos mark too. Not only have we had fun interviews with him, he's an extreme couture guy. He's pretty humble, and he doesn't even look like he's close to his peak, his prime. So it's going to be a fun ride with him for the next 10, 15 years. Probably 10. I think he's 24, but that's fine. 10 years is a long time, and they're taking him slowly. In fact, the other day we did an Eric Nixick interview, and someone said, dude, there was like 100 great comments, and then someone goes, I don't like Nixick. He hasn't done shit with people from the birthing stage, since like turning in a prospect into a champ. I'm like, well, technically the comment's fair, but I mean, he's been there since day one, and I think Gray Maynard started with Extreme Couture and made it to a title fight. He didn't win it, but there's been a lot of other people that, while GM of the gym, he's been there since they were, day one. So yeah. I don't know. It just seemed like harsh criticism. Like that seemed like, man, I got to dig here to find something against the coach because he's such a nice dude.
I know it's not day one, but he really, really did help mold Francis Ngannou into what he is today. And to me, that feels a lot of day one because he kind of had to rebuild him in certain aspects of his game. So I'd give him a lot of credit there too, as well.
Ige too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right. I try and engage the positive ones, and I usually encourage people to do the same. I tell the fighters, just scroll past the negativity and focus your time on the positives. But it kind of gelled in this conversation here that we're having. Myron Santos being coached by Eric Nixick, and that's who we're taking. Now, let me tell you about the card and kind of what happened to it. I know some of you don't have the time maybe to click every 30 minutes to MMA Junkie and refresh your page. It's difficult. I get it, but you should, because that's the type of content we be producing hour by hour, during every week. But anyway, Chris Gutierrez was supposed to fight John Castaneda, Sexy Mexi, but Castaneda's come down with an illness. So that fight's out. And by the way, these two weighed in yesterday and both made weight. So this happened overnight. Curtis Blades was supposed to fight Rizvan Kuniev. Blades is injured, illness. That fight's off. That happened today. Hooker and Gaethje, we mentioned that earlier. Fiziev steps in for Hooker, so Gaethje's still on the card. Gutierrez originally was supposed to fight Jean Matsumoto. Matsumoto was rebooked, and that's when Castaneda stepped in. So you already know the story there. Jonata Denise against Vitor Petrino. That fell off because Petrino injured his elbow. Bruno Silva versus Joshua Van. Bruno Silva withdrew, but stepping in for Bruno Silva is Ray Tsuruya. So Joshua Van does have an opponent. So in totality, it looks like we lost 3 other fights along the way. Some guys got rebooked, but no Blades fight, Harris fight, and no Denise fight. That's why we only have 1 to report. And congratulations to Ozzy Diaz, who defeated Jordan Santos. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I punched the clock at 5 p.m. Pacific today because I was doing some prep work and I got the parlays going that I'm keeping an eye on. But Goze, tell us about it. You were screaming. I could hear you all the way downstairs. This fight must have been nuts.
I haven't seen a fight like this in a really long time where these guys are just standing in front of each other and throwing bombs, and they were just taking it. It was almost like a video game or something. It was the weirdest thing. And I mean, they were going everywhere, dude. Head, legs, body, knees, elbows, punches, but neither guy would give in. And
so it was Rock'em Sock'em.
It was, dude. It was nasty. I mean, I don't know what has to happen later on in this card for you to say those guys don't deserve fight of the night or something. Some kind of performance bonus.
If you were Dana White, you probably wouldn't have seen that fight in person because he chills in the back and does the whole mingle thing, and then he comes out at some point. How much do you think that factors in? Like, let's just say that upon watching it again, he goes, "Oh my God, this is a 10. This is Rock'em Sock'em Robots. It's what I want." But because he didn't watch it, it may hurt these two.
Yeah, and then I think sometimes, depending on where you're at, the lack of fans, right? That kind of does something to you too as well, because the louder the fans get and the more into it, the better result for you. So I would say that probably hurts them a little bit as well.
I would imagine, man. So it's up to the matchmakers and Hunter Campbell or any other guys or gals that are there to relay to him just how great of a fight that was. Francis Marshall opening up here with a nice 1-2. By the way, I just saw Chrissy Blair do the catwalk. She blew her kiss, but I don't have the volume high. Look at Mark Radner there from fight number 1. That's a G right there, man. And maybe he's the guy that can relay that to Dana White.
I always tell fighters, George, if you don't get that bonus, walk over to the matchmakers, walk over to Dana and just say, what do I have to do? What did I do wrong? Because isn't that what you want? You want people to go out there and throw bombs and stand right in front of each other? That's what I did, and I didn't get a bonus. So what do I need to do? See what their answer is. Maybe you can guilt them almost like in soccer, right? Where you hope for the makeup call.
Yeah.
Now here's a couple G's.
Well, I still feel like with all the success the UFC's had, as many shows as they've had, as many times as these guys have had to talk to fighters about different situations, I can't imagine it's like any different than talking to a car salesman, like, I'll do my best, pal, and do they really? I don't know. Are they rolling their eyes once you can't see them as they're walking away? Probably.
Like he goes back in the back and he's on Twitter or something. And he comes out, good news, my manager just approved.
Yeah. Remember Terry Silver? Every time he'd walk out of a frame, he's always kind of giggling.
Get that smile.
Like, yeah, they bought what I had to say. So you all have the same access as we do. This isn't the pay-per-view portion, so we're not going to sit here and tell you every single play-by-play or, of all the blows that are happening. There's 2:55 left here in round 1. Goze and I will sync up in just a second in case I'm ahead or he's ahead. It's the first round of the Francis Marshall Myron Santos fight, and this is 1 of 9, and these are the featured prelims. We'll see what happens here. Like Goze said, Myron Santos visited the Tough House this week. That was pretty cool for them to capture. He went up there with some pretty good advice, telling people even if things don't go your way initially, there's a lot you can get out of this show. Maximize it. That seemed like, good, honest feedback.
Yeah, when we were interviewing him a couple of weeks ago, we kept comparing to Dana White's Contender Series, and he was very adamant about his time spent in that house and what it did to him mentally, and just learning from all those different coaches. He wouldn't have done it any other way, and that's pretty interesting considering one way you don't have to spend that many months kind of in isolation, and you just get your fight and you perform. But he's got a good head on his shoulders.
What
He's
a lot
in
of
for a fight
people
here, though.
may not know is that nice right hand there delivered by Myron Santos. What a lot of people may not know, though, is it's usually about 6 weeks to film the whole show. But literally within like 2 days, maybe a third day, 1 or 2 fighters could be eliminated. So 1 or 2 fighters might be there for another 5.5 weeks with nothing to look forward to other than to just get better and train hard and hope for a possible replacement role. If someone can't go or whatever, and there's no one else left, then maybe you get to step in. So I think that's what he meant, was even if things don't go your way early on, make the most.
No. So I think this round is still up for grabs.
What's your clock say, Goze?
101, 159, 58, 57.
Okay,
56.
thank you. Let's sync up here.
Ooh. Santos took a big shot. He's a little hurt, but he's able to get this takedown for a moment. Marshall back up. Damn, I hope we don't start off 0-2.
Well, it's still early, and Santos is up to his feet. The 3-point stance means nothing now, folks. You got to rest your knee or your butt. Marshall's on top. He's taking his back. They're kind of crouched over here, and the round ends.
That's a Marshall round right there.
All right. Well, what are you gonna do? The round. It's 3 5-minute rounds. In essence, 3 5-minute fights. If Santos wins the next 2 fights, 10-9, he walks out of there with his hand up. But he's definitely dug a hole for himself, and he was a big favorite. He was over -200 coming in. We'll see what happens. Of the two, I think he has the capability to come back with one shot. I find him to be more explosive of the two, but these fighters are always developing, man. Some of them come back with some unique skills from their previous competition.
I wonder how many times we see this coaching matchup here with Mike Brown and Eric Nixick, or Perumpa, right? And Eric Nixick.
Yeah. You mean tonight or in life?
Just, throughout a year. American Top Team's a big gym, man. And so is Extreme.
Here they go. Round 2 underway. 4:53, 52, 51, 50. Santos opens up with a leg kick. Nice jab by Santos. Looked like Francis got in one of his own. The A team's there, including John Anik, Joe Rogan, and Daniel Cormier. I don't know why I thought I heard Dominic Cruz was going to be there.
He's at the desk.
Oh, I see. Okay, makes sense.
He's there with Chael and Megan Olivi.
Megan Olivi, I was going to know, she is pregnant. She's at the desk. But, yeah, it looks like she's going to welcome her first child with Joe B. One Kenobi. Joseph Benavidez, her husband. She's already pointing to the belly, so I'm not making fun of her, but she does look like she's a little bigger. So I'm going to guess she's at 4 months, maybe. So she'll probably have a summer baby.
Mm-hmm.
The scores are coming in for Francis Marshall right now. Damon Martin, Robbie Glover. 10-9s for Francis Marshall's. Henry Cejudo as well.
The right hand,
and
yeah, for Marshall is landing nice and clean over the top. I think Myron, he's just too willing to cover up.
He is a reluctant outputter, we'll say, of offense. And it's a shame because he's pretty pinpoint with whatever he's trying to do. No, Goze, I was going to say, Chrissy Blair blew us a kiss. But have you noticed, like, the last 2-3 shows, she's on solo duty?
No.
And I'm not saying she is now, but it certainly looked like when she was just about to sit down, there wasn't any of her compadres or comadres next to her. I'm wondering if the girls got in trouble and did something and only she survived, or because isn't there like 6 or 7 of them? Brooklyn, Vanessa, Red, Luciana, Brittany and Ariane still live in town. I can't imagine they couldn't call them if they needed them to. Rochelle Leah did that back in the day. But yeah, let's see. Let's see if she's got a partner sitting with her or what. 2 minutes left here in round 2. Francis Marshall against Myron Santos.
That last strike that Marshall threw, I think, is bugging Santos.
Good takedown by Marshall, but Santos looks, I was about to say, about to get up. But it's going to cost him a little bit of a back take there from Francis Marshall, trying to wrestle him back down to the ground. Let's see if we can get it. Well,
that nose was leaking a lot.
And he's controlling Santos. There's only 90 seconds left. He's going to put Santos in a situation here, if he can nick this round, where now Santos is going to have to knock him out or submit him. Still on him. Wrapped around his back, just riding Santos. 1:10 left here in round 2. This is where I like what Rob Font's been doing and his ability to get up and mitigate damage. Now, granted, Francis hasn't really damaged him, so Santos could possibly make this up. But if they stay like this, it's a 10-9 for Marshall. He's just going to have too much riding time without the damage. He's still going to claim the round.
Mm-hmm. He kind of seems like the fresher fighter, too. And his nose is really busted up, man. He's lost a lot of blood. I don't know where this cardio is coming from. Santos would have to do something pretty spectacular here to win this round back. We tried it.
All right, I'm dying of curiosity, so I'm hitting up one of my contacts to see if possibly
the ring girl?
The ring girl, the only ring girl there tonight. If she is, something's up, Goze. There's no way they schedule that bad. I know Jenny Andrade still works for the promotion, but she can't do USA shows. She can't get a work visa. Mm-hmm. That used to be a secret, but then I heard her talk about it. So she can do other parts of the world, and she has been. You guys have seen her mostly. I know she always goes to the Middle East shows, Abu Dhabi, Riyadh, but I think I've seen her in Australia. So she can do all that, but the USA show she can't. Remember, she was riding a wave, man. She was a 3-time Ring Girl of the Year, and I think they were all in a row. Who knows if she would have won a few more to catch Ariane and Brittany, who have to have at least a half dozen each of those. I think Ariane's got more. She might have like 8. Brittany's got like 6. And but yeah, she about 5-6 years ago, she couldn't do it no more. So she only does international shows or Brazil shows.
They're saying in the chat, Red is
there. Yeah. My contact got back to me. If I robbed Chrissy in an elevator
Mm-hmm.
and Red was next to her scared, I think even if she goes, I only have $1, I'd still rob her. That way I could say, no, I want Red money too. You know who says that?
Friday.
Yeah, Devo. No, I want Red money too. All it is $1. No, I want to rob it. Well, I may have been too busy telling stories or talking about ring card girls. I didn't hear Eric Nixick talking between rounds. Did you happen to catch anything?
Nah, I was watching the same State Farm commercial as always. We're now on like our 4th time seeing that same commercial.
ESPN Plus, dudes, you guys are ESPN. You should have at least 100 advertisers begging to be part of your broadcast somehow. Even the ones that say, just throw me on the prelims. We're starting off.
Even if you show me ESPN commercials, I'd rather see that than just the same commercial over and over.
The same one looks like something a community college would do, right? If they were showing the girls' soccer game and it was their first broadcast and they got some freshman director with pimples on his face and he's like, oh man, commercials aren't working. Dad, just do the same one. Like that's what I would expect out of a high school or community college, not a major broadcasting company.
Yeah.
Come on, Santos, do something, man. 305. I didn't bet him because he was too high, his odds.
Mm-hmm.
But I picked him to win, and I want him to win.
He just hasn't made adjustments. Like he's kind of doing the same thing he was doing in round 1. Marshall's been tough though.
He better correct this. This is not good fight IQ. This look okay. I can't tell you how many times Goze and I have been to a pro practice. So trust me when I tell you, this just looks like sparring goes, and it doesn't even look like. And we've seen heavier sparring than this.
Mm-hmm.
It's just when they're just kind of touching each other, and then like the last minute, one guy pisses the other guy off, and they go a little more hard. This is what this looks like. You trained so you could go out there and really hit someone. Less than 2 minutes left. We're exactly 150. Round 3. Plenty of time.
Santos just doesn't have any pop tonight. Marshall's had a pretty good game plan, to be honest.
Right hand there lands for Santos, but Marshall lands a couple lefts of his own. No combos. $115 left in round 3. $50 seconds left in round 3. Still not much to report, man. Just sparring.
I think that little feint that Marshall throws right before every strike is what's kind of keeping Santos off balance.
Top it all off. Marshall got a takedown right now. Santos almost gets on top with a. I only caught the tail end of it. Must have been a sweep, but Marshall clearly on top now in full guard. Santos feigned a couple elbows from the bottom. That's fight's over. He's not going to get up, and whatever he does here is not enough. Even if he won the round, he's not going to win the fight. Hell, he might get blanked. 30-27.
Mm-hmm. I mean, this is the Ultimate Fighter winner. You'd expect more.
He puts his hands up. Go on, Myron. That's something you sure as heck shouldn't have done.
He's got to do something, right?
Your hands up, though? I think you just get up, man. Before that round, they told him if you don't knock him out, you lose. And you ended that round with the guy on top of you after doing nothing. It's not like you wobbled him. The crowd didn't go nuts. This bums me out. I really like the kid. I hope I don't sound harsh, but he didn't fight a good fight. It's just tough in our sport because in our sport, we're so painfully honest, and it just resonates for the next 6 months till they fight again. They have to hear the same stuff from a bunch of people that aren't necessarily as famous as, our NBA equivalents. Like when a Barkley criticizes you or something like that, they may have won a title. They might be in a Hall of Fame, or this is a whole new sport. We're all learning it as we go. A lot of us have been here for a while, but fighters are just different. They're showing darkness there. That's not a live shot. Still sunlight out here. Right, Laura?
That is weird, huh?
What?
You're right. It's getting close to that, but it's not there yet.
I bet you it's 30-27.
I think that would be the correct call. What?
Okay. This might be the craziest thing ever. Okay. I'm glad I didn't say other stuff.
Well,
man. There's booing going on, so I know I'm not blind.
George, this might be a case where they mixed up the cards or something.
Goes, I was about to joke and say that when the fight ended, Bruce Buffer should have just told him, you don't have to add it up. I already know. And then just announce it, But I felt like, no, that's shitting on the guy. And I don't want to shit on the guy.
Okay. Could it be when we're calling these fights, sometimes it's a little difficult to keep track of everything. But the crowd was booing.
The crowd's booing. And some scores were coming in from people we respect. Let's see what social media is saying.
Man, I don't see it. Trust me, this was our pick.
Casey O'Neill, she fights. And she's a teammate of Santos. Matt Wells, he's not doing a watch along, so he's watching. He knows what's up. He's amazed. Who else has come in so far? Jose Youngs from fighting. He says, I don't know about that one. I thought it was a clear 2-1 for Marshall.
I even thought a split decision was absurd, let alone going the other way.
Goes, Dan Tom tweeted, always sucks to lose a parlay on the first leg, but props to Marshall for his clear improvements. Even he was phoning it in. He was ripping up his ticket. I got to call Dan Tom and go, don't rip it up. Get down to that South Point casino or Mandalay Bay or whatever and cash it in before they realize the mistake. Oh, here are the scores. 10-9. So they all had Marshall in the first round. Myron 1-2. Wow. And these are all notable judges. I'd say Letaby's maybe a step down in terms of the amount and the experience in MMA. But Cleary and Chris Lee for sure. This is nuts.
Especially when it's, when win bonuses are involved.
Joe Rogan said he thought 30-27, the other guy was the correct score.
I think so too. Marshall.
Matty Betts says the judges are atrocious. Henry Cejudo says the fix is in. Wow, this is crazy. Goze, did you see the press conference?
Yeah.
Did John Silva go in on Bryce Mitchell? Like, did he pull the scab and address the whole Nazi, Hitler, Jewish thing, or did he just say, "I'm gonna kick your ass"?
I mean, he didn't really like reference it that way,
Mm-hmm.
but you could tell that's what he was going. At one point, he pulled out a globe. I thought that was kind of funny.
What was that about?
You know, how he's a big flat earther, Bryce Mitchell.
Oh yeah.
But the problem was Bryce Mitchell wasn't really taking the bait, and when he would just kind of talk over him. So it was like no point.
So Mitchell got dominated.
Yeah.
Who talked over him? Mitchell talked over him.
No, Mitchell was getting talked over anytime he said
John Silva
anything.
know much English?
It's not bad, yeah.
Oh, you know that Neil deGrasse Tyson guy?
Mm-hmm.
Is that his name? Neil Tyson deGrasse. One time, he's regarded as one of the smartest people on earth. Somebody said, "Hey, how would you address a flat earther?" I think it took him 2 minutes to recover from laughter. But he goes, "Well, there's literally thousands of images and video from outer space, and all they see is a sphere." And I was like, that's really all you have to say, honestly. He goes, "Do you want me to give you 1,000 other reasons, or did that kind of seal it right there?"
Mm-hmm.
Now, unless you don't believe in the satellites and all that.
I think that's where people.
I think someone on our staff doesn't think we landed on the moon, and I've had chats with them about it. But
there's a good movie about that.
Oh yeah,
I gotta remember what it was called, but it's a decent movie if you ever want to watch it. Give me a sec. I'm gonna let the dog out. Hoo, 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 hoo.
All right. And I'm gonna make the pick for the next fight then. It's Alex Morono against Carlos Leal. Eesh. Okay. Honestly, Leal is better on the ground and on the feet. But Morono's tough with a great chin and doesn't go away. Of the two, Leal's more likely to break. That's how tough Morono is. I wouldn't blame you if you wanted to take Morono. Weathering storms, coming back, winning a decision. I think he's a decision guy for sure. The over might be the play. But we want to know winners and losers, right? So I think Leal, the winner. But I'll be rooting for Morono, the American. Nothing against Leal or Brazil. I just kind of like those tough bastards like Brian Barberina, that just don't go away.
Who'd you end up taking? Leal?
Yeah. But I'm rooting for Morono, guys. I like how tough he is.
Mm-hmm.
And he's probably ruined a few of my parlays, but after a while, you just admire someone who's pretty tough. Like Haider Emil, man, that dude is he's tough. Brian Barberina's tough. Matt Brown, a lot of these guys, man, they I don't know. I guess they're like Max Cady-ish. They don't feel pain or something.
I still can't believe we got away with that last. We hit them both.
Is that okay? Do you want Leal?
Well, I mean, he's minus 800. That's who we think.
I wouldn't bet him.
Yeah. But we got to turn something in. So yeah, I would do that. I think Morono has more of a chance than people are giving him, but yeah, I think the safe play is Leal. I think that's like a notice to everybody else on the card, though, too, right? Don't you kind of go, wait a minute, what's going on tonight? I have to imagine, though, those are like 3 decent judges. They just must have had a bad call or something.
I know, man. That one is a shocker. The booze made me feel a little better, and the social media made me feel a little better. Because then, honestly, I would have to reassess. Well, what am I doing? What's the distraction here? It's not even like Yogi was next to me. I was just watching that. I can't even see the North Carolina Duke game goes. I have something going on there, but I'm honestly not even tuned in. I got the volume down. I was watching the fights. Maybe from time to time, I'm looking to you as we're chatting, but not for any one moment that I can't tell who's winning the fight, sorta, you know.
Mm-hmm. I want to see the Laker game. We should have made a bet with Nolan for a spinning back click. Although I'm like 0-3 on spinning back click bets.
Goes, there's so much going on, man. Have you happened to see Melgar's score?
No. This dude's minus 900 now. What's the Melgar score?
I don't know. I'm gonna look it up.
Oh.
They won. They won 1-0.
Do they ever play in the smaller stadium now?
No. The Duke, North Carolina score is not great, but what are you going to do? I'm going to have my live betting going, Goze, because if Leal happens to break, so there's Red De La Cruz. Chrissy's not alone, but Chrissy was alone for two of them.
Maybe she got sick.
A lot of Brazilians and a lot of Americans on this card. There's like 2 Russians, a Romanian, I believe, a Japanese. Oh no, Korean. Wait. No, Japanese.
Damn.
Yeah, these guys are swinging, man. Who else? What's Fiziev technically? He's not Russian. He's from Kazakhstan. Where did we go to? We went to Kyrgyzstan, where Valentina's from, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's a Chilean, Bahamondes. But yeah, other than that, dude, it's literally Brazil, America, Brazil, America, Brazil, Brazil, America, America. Sorry, Joshua Vance from Myanmar. That's right, Myanmar. Same country as Song Laong. Ong Lasong. Is that his name? Song La Ong Lasong.
Ong Lasong.
Yeah, he was a 2 divisional champion at 1 championship. A longtime member of Kill Cliff. All the guys like him. Cool cat, speaks good English. We've had him on the show. Catch Goze and I every Monday and Thursday on MMA Junkie Radio. You can get it on all your Google podcast platforms like Stitcher, Spotify, Google Podcasts, Omni, and Apple Podcasts. Or you can go straight to the site and pick it up from there. And every Monday, Spinning Back Click live, myself, Goze, and a couple of our colleagues from Junkie, we unpack the biggest stories from the past week, including results from previous cards. Who's on this week, Goze, with us? Do you know? I didn't look at the schedule.
Myself, Mike, and Danny, I believe.
And Mike Bond is at the event.
Uh-oh.
So shout out to him and Ken Hathaway. They're bringing you coverage from the arena. Danny's the coordinator of SBC. We get together every Monday, put a plan together, but it's a lot more formal. He took it over about a year ago, and he's been doing a great job. He also hosts Lemos MMA. Mike hosts the Bonfire, and Ken Hathaway is one half of the MMA Roadshow. So a little bit of love for our squad. Fada Hanoun did the preview show earlier with Danny Segura. Great job. I was tuning in. I was trying to tell him that Zell Huber is one of the tall lightweights too, along with Bahamondes and Turner. They spent a lot of time on that card because that's the one they're really looking forward to.
Dude, these guys are throwing bombs right now. Nice body shot from Leal. I think Morono's hurt. Those elbows, the close elbows.
Oh, yeah. It's not looking good. He is just, yeah.
But remember,
he's on instinct.
What was it last week? The Marquez fight, Julian Marquez. Like
Oh,
when
nice
you just
body
start
shot. Good.
exchanging blows like this, man, you leave yourself way too open. Oof, it's a punching bag now.
I'm surprised Morono's not going. I thought you were no nonsense. Get me out of here.
He's got a stance like he might be jumping in soon, though.
This is a Tenegas.
Think so?
Come on, Keith. No, or you know me, I'm on the longer side.
Morono's hit him back a couple times. Uh-oh. Keith Peterson really needs to get close here.
He was about to, and then he threw that big winging. Okay, he saved him. You know what? That's pretty damn good refereeing, man. He was right there. And every time I think I felt like I wanted him to jump in, Morono was swinging back. An interesting thing, too, let me see here. Was it Josh Thompson that we spoke to who was telling us that the refs and the refs, when they're back there talking to the fighters, they're also going over some notes themselves. So not just the broadcasters have notes, they have a lot of notes on their previous fights. A lot of them are doing homework on these guys and not just walking in the arena wondering, oh, well, which one's which.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm sure they all knew that Morono's tough as nails goes, and that's why he let it go a little longer.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, every time he was close to going out, he would do something that would kind of show you he's still somewhat in the fight, but it was just too many shots. You know, whether they're answered or not, he's just taking power shots and just throwing arm punches back. Ugh. How much to put that mouthpiece in your mouth right now? Keep it in for 20 seconds.
1,000. I think one good brushing and some scope just pretty much killed every germ.
Just one brushing?
Well, no, I mean, I'm not going to sit there and...
That's what you do after you have like
2 hours. I know, I'm not
going to... shit.
What I'm saying, though, is a good one, right? Like a good brushing, some scope, some more brushing. So, like what I'm saying is like one sequence. I don't think I have to get up every hour of my 8-hour sleep and address it.
You know how my car has that roof? What is it called? Panoramic roof? I might go through the car wash with my mouth open after that, dude. All right, so who's next? Are we at Petrosyan and Ferreira?
Yep.
This is where it's going to get a little bit more tricky. I like Petrosyan. He is, let's see the odds. He's minus 140. Ferreira is plus 115. I'm going to go with Armen Petrosyan. What are we, 3-0 now? Hopefully we keep this going.
2-0.
3-0.
3-0?
Yeah, because remember I did by decision as well.
Oh.
Trust me, I should be wearing a burglar mask right now. Oh my God, I can't believe the decision in that fight. Marshall's got to be in the back right now going, what the fuck? What do I have to do? Later on in our broadcasts, when we switch over to pay-per-view, we're going to have a couple guests pop in and just give us their input on the fights tonight, what they've seen so far, what they think, get some predictions out of them.
Yeah, Francis Marshall was pissed on the way out. He was punching the panels and oh man, I hope Dana White gets asked about this by I don't want to say a pushy journalist, but just someone who's on top of it that can maybe force some sort of a we're gonna give him his bonus, like you describe it by an outcry or something like that in the first fight. Maybe you can score him an extra 10, 15 grand. I don't know. Okay. Next fight goes.
Taking Armin Petrosyan. He's minus 140. Huh?
Yeah, I think that's the right call. I think the only thing that scares me is he came off a vicious KO that Magomed, or what was his name? Shara? Put on him. What was it? The spinning elbow. And so it was vicious, but man, like he's a big dude. He was way bigger than Shara. He's got clean striking. Hopefully he was responsible, and he hasn't been, I don't know, getting headaches, or in practice, if you're honest with yourself, you'll know if you're ready or not. Like Justin Gaethje, he took the appropriate time off after his KO loss to Max Holloway. He almost 11 months, but a lot of fighters want to get that taste out of their mouth and they come back a lot sooner. So hopefully Petrosyan just didn't fall into that. Bruno is someone that can definitely make him pay for sure, but we'll see.
Look at what Brandon Royval's going through right now, right? Like he's doing the right stuff too, taking the precautions. You just never know. These concussions hit people differently.
Agreed. All right, Chris Fowler in the house. Khalil Roundtree.
He never healed 100% from Ferreira. It seems some of that scar always looks like it just happened.
I didn't notice it. Who are these grapplers? I've only heard of Fowler.
Mikey.
Oh no, I've heard of Mikey. Sorry.
Yeah, he's tough.
It's hard to just stay up with everything, man. You tune into a karate combat. All right, who are the stars here? Bare knuckle. All right, who are the stars here? The boxing world. All right, who's still here? Who's making some noise? Of course, we got our hands full with MMA alone, and then that big wave that hits us in September. High school, college, pro football. Hell, 1 month earlier, the English Premier League. Oh my God, man. That's why when I tune into Landman, I have to start over. I have to literally watch the last episode of the previous season just to remember who's who. All I can tell you is Billy Bob and a bunch of hot chicks are in it. That's it. I couldn't tell you anything else, the names or anything. I'd have to literally turn off or mute the TV, close my eyes, and go, okay, there's Billy Bob Thornton. He's Landman. He's got his son, and he's got a wife and a daughter. They're out in West Texas. You know what I mean? It starts to come back to you. But to just shift gears from one thing to the other, holy cow, that's tough.
Oh, man. I'm going to tell you young folk out there, when you get older, one of the most frustrating things is not, I can't run like I used to, any of that I can't see. It's fucking dropping things, dude. I hate having to pick shit up. I'll be back.
How bad could it have been? What did he drop? I mean, I suppose if it's food or a drink, yeah, that sucks. You got to go clean it up, wipe down the floor or the carpet. That's a mess. Oh, there he is. But I mean, if it was just this phone, just bend over and pick it up. What was so bad?
My phone.
You complain about that? I mean, did it land on your foot?
I hate the whole process of feel like your pants are gonna split, your belly's hanging out of your shirt, you just have little pterodactyl arms, or so I don't know, T-Rex arms, whatever the hell they're called. It never falls in an area where I can just go and pick it up. It's always under the chair or something stupid.
How many more gloves are you chasing down behind you?
I need affliction.
Is that possible?
Yeah.
There's only 2 events. They were big though, but
Elite XC.
yeah, they're around.
There for most of IFL, they just used the Fairtex gloves. But there was one season where they had their own gloves. So if I can get my hand on that one, I have some that are like lying around that I just don't have enough hand models for. So like I have a Bellator one that's like a limited edition, like a Dana White Contender Series one, the gold UFC one. If I could get my hands on
what about LFA? Have they done enough to earn?
Yeah, for sure. A dream. And then I have I was promised the Cage Warriors glove.
Okay, so what's the one next to Risen?
Affliction.
The one
That
next
one
to Risen is Affliction?
Huh?
What's the one next to Risen right behind you?
That's Invicta.
Oh, that's nice.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and let me think. Did we leave anyone out?
I have a BKFC one.
What about King of the Cage? They've been around for a minute.
I'd take a King of the Cage.
All right, folks. So the next fight is Armin Petrosyan against Bruno Ferreira. And then after that, Ray Tsuruya versus Joshua Van. And then we'll get to the pay-per-view. Let me see what the score on this game is.
Oh, that's what I was going to do when I launched my phone across the room. We're looking at tied up. 23-23.
What is?
The Lakers and the Celtics.
Good thing I did what I did. Okay. North Carolina had closed it to 1 at halftime, but then in the second half, they got blown out.
What do you think of Justin Gaethje, George?
Well, what's he got? A BMF belt, a WSOF belt, and legendary fights in the UFC, for sure, a Hall of Famer. Sucks that he took that loss to Max the way he did.
Mm-hmm.
He is a Hall of Famer, right? Because I think he had the combo what he did at WSOF. And then the UFC, sorry, I forgot to mention, he's not just the BMF and the WSOF champ. He also won an interim title in the UFC. So I think he will make a Hall of Fame. I'd like to see him coach before he's done, coach tough. And then kind of like, I'm going to be using this one for a while, like Dustin Poirier said, legends only from here on out.
Yeah.
Although he did say he thinks if he wins, he's back in the running. I would agree, but I think you got to win 2, and then we'll really strongly consider you. Because you clearly have Ilia Topuria now is a lightweight, and Charles Oliveira is a lightweight, and Arman Tsarukyan is a lightweight. Now, all 3 of them might have different cases for why they may not be next, but someone's going to get it. It's going to be one of those 3. So I think Gaethje needs to take out one of those guys, whoever gets left out. Now, as I say that, Dustin Poirier lost to Justin Gaethje in a BMF fight, then came back and beat Benoit Saint-Denis, and a few months later, he was fighting for the strap. So he only needed 1 W to get back and win. So sometimes it just has to do with timing.
True. Oh.
In fact, Dustin got knocked out by Justin. Justin should have been next. Something happened with the champ. So that's when Justin took the Max Holloway fight. And then a month later or something like that, Dustin wins. And so, yeah, Dustin wins, gets the title fight. Justin, who knocked out Dustin, took an L and he was out. It's just like that. It can happen, man. Sarukian's probably in the doghouse. I would say take Tsuruya next because I don't think Tsuruya will be next for Islam. Something tells me it'll be Ilya. Unless the UFC's pissed, then they would make Ilya take a fight. But I don't think it sounded like Dana White was in agreement with his decision.
Yeah. You can kind of tell when he's got that tone. He didn't seem to have it. Are you watching a commercial about the U.S. Army?
You know, John Anik.
Oh.
DraftKings.
Do you remember how much those vests weighed in Kyrgyzstan and Afghanistan?
No.
It was about 50 pounds.
Sounds about right.
I remember the first night holding pads for some of those guys. Stitch Duran got the worst one of the bunch. This is a kid that was pretty big, man. Big sized.
He couldn't lift his shoulders.
In the morning, he's like, hey. he was so sore that we had to put the flak jacket on the bed, and then he had to like worm into it. Because he couldn't lift his shoulders up.
Stitch is the man, though, man.
If Ankalaev somehow gets it done tonight, immediate rematch, right?
Good question.
But if Pereira gets it done, Ankalaev never sees Pereira again, right?
Well, you know the whole never say never, but I would say, yeah, it's a long road. Unless he clips a top star. Like, let's say Ferreira goes and does something at heavyweight or does some sort of a super fight, and in the meantime, Ankalaev beats Alberg if Alberg can beat Blachowicz, something like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So now he gets rid of a rising star, big win. Maybe he did the UFC a favor and stepped in late. I don't know, but this would have to be a classic. You know, then you have a chance. If it's not a classic, I don't think they're going to bring Ankalaev anytime soon. Now, let's talk about if Pereira wins, what happens with Aspinall and Jones? Especially if Pereira is aggressive and says, John, I want you, you know?
Mm-hmm. I just don't I want guys to cement their legacy in their division. The problem is the UFC doesn't put the money there for that. They make the money into the fight. So I could see why he would want to move up and fight John Jones. 3 belts would be pretty damn amazing. But I wouldn't want to see him fight John Jones. I just feel like John he's clever. I don't think he messes around. You know, he'll just get him down and submit him, I think.
All right, Goze, let me ask you this. If Jones goes, all right, I got one left. Let's just get it right here with Pereira. Let's just get the money right and I'll fight Aspinall. You're Dana White and he tells you this. John Jones goes. Then Pereira wins. And Pereira comes to the back and goes, hey, I only got one more in me. It's Jones or I retire. What would you do?
So on one hand, I can put together Aspinall Jones.
Yeah, as long as you get the money right with Jones. And so let's say you're real close to get that money right, but then Pereira comes in the back, goes, "Hey, you know what?" He goes, "I just want to have a quick career, so you got me, like one more fight. I'll fight Jones. I'll stick around for one more fight."
If Pereira is serious about only having one left, then I don't think you can leave that hanging like that.
So you would go for Jones versus Pereira?
Yeah, business-wise, I think that's.
But you're this close to Aspinall and Jones. You could also tell Pereira, "Oh, that sucks. All right, we'll make sure we face you, or go off into the sunset."
But you're saying I'm Dana White, right?
You're
I'm
Dana
Dana White. I'm all about money. I'm all about checks and balances. So that's the fight that I think would make more money.
Well, I think I do Jones and Aspinall.
Think so?
Yeah, because it sounds like if Jones only wants to do one more, and Pereira does, then they could both retire and you lose them both that night. Granted, Aspinall's still around, but I'd rather Aspinall either lose to Jones and cement Jones as the greatest ever for sure. Like, it'd be really hard to pass him up, almost impossible. Or now you got your new star Aspinall for the next 5 years, and he just got to win over Jones. Petrosyan and Ferreira are underway. That's Sal D'Amato right there in the gray suit. He's out of the focus right now, but
he's one of the classier dudes in our sport. Just really nice guy. Always has something nice to say.
He almost got cultured or whatever you want to call it. He used to get almost as much hate as Steve Mazzagatti. And eventually Mazzagatti got, well, he's not out of the sport because I think he's a timekeeper or something like that. You'll see him there still.
Yeah.
But Sal D'Amato used to get a lot of hate. And now there's a lot of, I think Eric Nixick said the other day, if I could choose there he is right there leaning in, the bald guy.
Mm-hmm.
He said, if I could choose my judges, he goes, I would pick Sal.
Oh.
Pereira just landed some big stuff on Petrosyan. He's heavy-handed too, man.
And Petrosyan's right hand, he just keeps it so low.
Kicked him in the nuts.
Yeah.
It's a good way to clear the cobwebs.
Big time. Eesh.
I still would prefer for the judges to go, okay, you get a warning or okay, there's a lot of pressure on these refs now.
The thing is, Mark didn't see it, I think, both times. Oh, yeah.
That's a cup shot, man. A clean one. That's the shin and everything.
Ferreira's got to be.
Why is Petrosyan throwing his hands up like, are you tripping? He's saying, are you tripping if Ferreira when Ferreira starts complaining? Now, right now, Mark Smith should be consulting another referee if he can do things while Ferreira's recovering and just saying, what did you see or whatever. And
oh, he's taking a point.
Yeah, that's right, man. That's right. Because even if the first one was accidental goes, he shouldn't have gone like that on the next one. And it's so close to when it happened. It's not like he received one. Sometimes the ref will go, okay, you each got one, you each got one on each other. Stop the tomfoolery. No, this was two really quick. I wouldn't even throw that inside leg kick.
Yeah, I'd stay away completely. He's going to need I don't know why he doesn't go to the head more. It's a quick kick. He throws it really well.
Did he eat a knee on the way in?
He did.
Oh, big overhand right for Ferreira. Oh, man, they're socking each other. I saw Petrosyan land a nice right hook. I think Ferreira landed something too. Ferreira's looking to that kick. He actually evaded it. He lifted his leg and then returned fire. 140 left here in round one. Kick to the head, blocked by Petrosyan. Then he goes inside, goes again.
Where's that blood coming from on Ferreira's chest? I mean, usually you would think it's dripping from his nose, but he doesn't seem like. He almost hit him in the nuts again.
Maybe before the fight started, he cut his own chest like Billy Bear.
Somebody's got to explain that scene to me. I'll never understand why he went out like that. I've never understood that, and I've never understood the show Saved by the Bell. I don't understand why it's all right being saved by the bell. Like, isn't the bell what gets you in trouble? Petrosyan's fighting back. I think Ferreira's a little hurt right now. A little dazed. Oh, big knee.
Big knee.
Tide's starting to turn a little bit.
I would have liked this fight goes on the main card. I have a feeling this was fireworks. Fireworks guaranteed.
I think Ferreira's starting to slow down.
Me too. But he landed some shots.
I'm probably on the 6th time of seeing this avocado commercial.
All right, just checking my plays here.
So we are 3-0 tonight. If Petrosyan can somehow come back, we would be 4-0.
Here we go. Round 2's about to begin. Are we synced up, guys?
I don't know. I'm at 53, 52,
Yep.
51.
Yep. Let me look at the main card one more time. King Green and Ruffy. Lemos and Lucindo. Turner and Bahamondes. Yeah, I would have had this fight, dude, over any of those three. Lucindo's kind of like a passing of the torch. Turner and Bahamondes is two tall lightweights. Should be fun. And then Green, boy, he's been around for a while, man. I saw him at 2007 Affliction. Against Ruffy, who's just getting going. He's part of the nerds.
They're on fire.
I just think that these two are such exciting strikers. Ferreira up 10-8 on Korean John's card. Petrosyan got the nod from Ryan Frederick. I wonder what the difference is
Yeah.
when you're in a fight and you get kicked in the ribs. You got all that adrenaline, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if you're just cold turkey, and you get it.
Well, for sure, your wind's getting knocked out of you. Cold turkey, I mean.
Because I get it. You can toughen up your legs, your neck muscles, your forearms or whatever, but
Well, you're breathing too. Like, imagine being in line at Starbucks or Jimmy John's and just taking one of those. Like, there's a difference between this and looking at a menu, right? Like going, all right, I'll have, and just no way.
yeah.
I still watch that video of Paul Kelly getting the leg kick from Czech Congo
At
South
Nordstrom
Coast
and
Plaza.
Costa Mesa.
I probably watch it once a month still. That and John Anik falling in his chair.
Oh yeah. John Gooden getting dissed by Marlon Moraes. I saw that the other day. John's like literally leaning across the desk, like, oh man, you're killing me. I think he tells Dan. That one was fun because Goze and I were trying to figure out who left John Gooden hanging at the host desk. Couldn't figure it out. But instead of, there really wasn't a way to look it up. It's not like it's a stat or a fact. So we were just, I remember looking at some events. It felt like the UK. It was him and Dan Hardy. So I knew it had to be we'll call it 2020, whenever it is Dan Hardy parted ways. And I remember looking at a few fight nights and oh man, I'm going to be here forever. It's got to come back to me. It's got to come back to me. And then, I kid you not, Junkie Nation, John Gooden walks by. I go, oh, what war do we want? We'll just ask him and that'll end it. Because we were really racking our brains in between interviews, just trying to figure out who it could be. We asked John and he was more lost than we were.
He remembered though. He just couldn't remember who it was.
Yeah. And I like to really study people. And I almost felt like it was maybe an unpleasant moment that he didn't want to remember it. But he kind of had a sense of humor, and he knows that it wasn't we were clowning him. We just knew it was, a situation that was laughable, once it ended. Credit to Theo Vaughn goes. He's been there since first fight, man. See him in the back?
Mm-hmm.
That's a fan right there. Yeah, John was of no help. And so I was like, all right, well, if you remember, yeah, all right, guys, good to see you. And then all of a sudden I was going through my Instagram and I actually happened to post it on one of my reels literally years ago. I was just going through my reels for some reason. And there it was. So I sent it to Goze.
Tap.
Oh, it's a tap. If I hate to tap them.
Armbar. We really just don't see those very often anymore. Straight armbar.
I just finished saying these are two exciting strikers and was settled by Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Good fight, though.
Mm-hmm.
Sucks for Petrosyan. That's two fights that he was very competitive in, and he loses. The takedown was nice. He followed through all the way to the fence. Then he interlocked his legs. And now Petrosyan was trying to pull his arm out. He didn't get past the elbow, and he had to tap. Hopefully it's not something serious where he got any sort of a dislocation or anything, because this dude's a Hulk. But anyway, what was I saying? Oh, yeah, I found it, and I sent it to John, and John replied with some laughing emojis. Oh, that's right. But I was just thinking, could you really not remember like that one particular moment? That's probably like a moment I probably wouldn't forget.
Well, it's going to be back on you then for the bets.
All right. I'm going to go with Joshua Van. I like Joshua Van. I love the power he has in the flyweight division. This isn't his originally scheduled opponent, so I feel like there's an advantage there. Yes, I know everyone stays in shape. Everyone stays ready. But I don't know. We've talked to Joshua Van a few times. We've made that connection between him and on the song, and I think we made some joke about a van too, right? A Scooby-Doo van. What was that about, guys? Do you remember?
That something to do with sponsorship or
Well, no, I think I was saying if he ever makes it to a title fight, you know, when the fighter's walking in with his wife or girlfriend, the manager, they're walking through the back, he should pull in some like cool van, you know, and then they swing it open and get out of the van, start the walk from there.
or get a Vans sponsorship.
That'll work too. Joshua Van has only lost to Charles Johnson, who, by the way, just took a loss, but he's coming off 2 in a row, decisions. But I don't know. I think he's exciting.
I like him.
Now, Tsuruya, I hope I get that guy's name right. He's from Japan, 10-0. And he's only got one fight in the UFC. He came through road to the UFC, which is kind of like a contenders, I guess, or a tough in Asia. And he debuted against Carlos Hernandez, excuse me. So now he's at 10-0. Joshua Van's got more experience in the UFC, but not much more overall. But still, I think I like Joshua Van in this one.
Okay. Well, you get him at minus 165.
In fact, I think the sharps might agree, which means I might have to put something on it.
Man, that was a nice armbar.
He's starting to get a little mouse there on his right eye.
Mm-hmm.
What is your guess, Goze? Do you think Venom will re-up with the UFC, or will they go, we're good?
I think we're good.
Because when Reebok ended with the UFC, it was like, we're good, like publicly, you know, trying to keep it professional.
Mm-hmm.
But I think they're like, thank fucking God this thing's over.
They're still trying to unload shit, right? Like at Walmart and places like that. Yeah,
I think Venom doesn't have the taste, the bitter taste in their mouth that Reebok did. And to be fair, like some of their stuff's not bad. They're trying, it looks like. But really their money's made with those 3 letters UFC. I think if someone just thinks it's cool and I'm a UFC fan, I want others to think I'm a UFC fan, then they'll buy it. Mm-hmm. But I don't think too many people are getting it for the fighter themselves.
Yeah. I think at least Venom gave it a try, you know, like they're putting something on it. Reebok was just so black and white, man. Literally to start.
Hey, that was Yusuf Zalal with the Fighting Nerds, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
What's Anik saying here?
They're just showing highlights of Poatan and Roundtree. Roundtree's just been announced for a fight. I believe it's in Kansas City against Jamal Hill. I love that fight.
That's a good one.
They are supposed to fight last year around June, and Roundtree got a suspension.
I wonder what kind of Jamal Hill we're going to get before that fight. What kind of things he's going to be saying. Huh?
You want a story?
Sure.
Okay, yesterday I went to get a new phone, and I was talking to a kid who starts dropping names. Really nice kid. I don't want to shit on him, but it's going to sound like I am. But really nice kid, super helpful. And the phone was a seamless transition. But in the process, he was telling me he used to work in the Vegas nightlife and all that. And so he knew a few fighters. Sean O'Malley, Jamal Hill, Aljamain Sterling. I think he said Marab. Basically Vegas guys. I know Sean lives in Arizona, but he comes up a lot. So he was sharing some pretty good stories about that. He hangs out with the guys. A lot of times his job is to basically keep an eye on them because he's working with a sponsor, but the sponsor wants them to go out and for everyone to have a good time. So anyway, I believed all his stories. It's not like I didn't. But at one point, he's like, yeah, man, Jamal's a pretty damn good friend of mine. He shows me a picture, him and Hill. Oh, cool. I mean, I never once said, no, you're not. I believed him. And so anyway, we're talking, and then we get around to hoops. And he's talking about his game with his partner. And I'm like, man, sounds like you got some game. He goes, I got some game, bro. Because I'm diving all over the court and all that. I go, you ever play with Jamal? He goes, no. I go, all right, well, I don't know that you'll get a chance to because he may not play again just because last time he played, he suffered a serious injury. He goes, no, I didn't know. And right away, I started thinking, this ain't computing. Like, if you're a good friend of his, how would you not know? Mm-hmm. He didn't even know he was champ. Jesus. I could see not knowing that he tore his Achilles because he was playing basketball. Maybe he thought it was training or whatever. But how could you not know that at one point, Jamal Hill, your friend, was the champ?
He was better off going back and just saying, I met Jamal Hill once and we took this picture.
Maybe. Now, we were still in the middle of transferring my info to my new phone, so I didn't want to disrupt anything. I didn't want to ruffle feathers. I wanted to kind of clown them and go, fool, are you tripping? Is you a lie? But I was like, no, I need to make sure this is good. But yeah, he didn't even know he was champ. He knew other stuff.
You can't do that. You can't do that with barbers, and you can't do that with servers at restaurants. Not until the transaction is over with, then you can be normal. But until then, you rub them the wrong way, who knows? Come back looking like Gumby or something.
You ain't lying. Wait, what's that noise? Oh, I thought it was the wind. Okay. It was Laura and the dog were coming in. All right, Goze, do we need to make a pick here? Or are we going with Joshua Van? You left it in my hands. That's what we're going with, right?
Yeah, it's on you. You took Van.
Yeah, and I was going to confirm that the Sharps are on this bad boy. By the way, it looks like I might have some info here regarding the International Fight Week. I'll get to that in just a second. Regarding this, Joshua Van is a play. Let's see if he matches this other guy. I don't know if Dan broke it down too. Van. Oh, he's not liked by this other guy. And then on Junkie, I saw Dan break down a few fights. I don't think he did this one though. By the way, Bilal Muhammad says Dana White apologized and corrected the Palestinian flag issue. It wasn't appearing, I guess, on his profile.
Yeah.
So that's been a fix. And I'm just confirming Dan's work here. Dan Tom, our fight analyst, does a great job. He joins us from time to time on Spinning Back Click, but he's got some great pieces there about Fiziev and Gaethje and Bahamondes and Turner. And if you want to check it out, he always includes, his predictions, the analysis, who has the edge, all that good stuff. All of it available on Junkie. All right, let me read this press release that just came through. It says the 13th annual UFC International Fight Week takes over Las Vegas from June 25th to 29th. Week-long celebration includes UFC 317, the UFC Hall of Fame induction ceremony, and UFC X, the premier two-day fan experience. UFC X tickets go on sale Friday, March 14th. So next Friday at access.com. That's for the premier two-day fan experience. The event will take place. Sorry, the UFC. No, let me just read. UFC announced that the 13th annual International Fight Week will take place in Las Vegas Wednesday through Sunday. UFC 317 will be at the T-Mobile Arena. However, the other events on International Fight Week will be taking place at Resorts World in Las Vegas and the Las Vegas Convention Center. So Las Vegas Convention Center will probably have X, which is a fan experience. There's usually a grappling tournament, and there's a lot of opportunities to meet fighters and purchase merchandise. A lot of radio shows doing their shows on Radio Row. A lot of interactive fan experiences. They really have stepped it up. I've been there now for the last 2 years, and I've been very impressed. They came a long way from the old days when there was a pretty cool thing to do, and then the UFC kind of pushed everyone out, like your tap outs and Silver Stars, Afflictions, all the other I guess fight sponsors that also would have a presence. They got phased out eventually, and it was all UFC. So the first couple of years wasn't as smooth, but these last few years, it's really been like there's a lot of fun stuff to do.
What's the date on it again?
The X is Friday, June 27th and Saturday, June 28th at the South Hall, Las Vegas Convention Center. General admission tickets for X start at $30 for 1 day, $50 for 2 day. All children ages 12 and under will receive free entry. Tickets go on sale Friday, March 14th for that as well, access.com. And VIP packages will also be available for UFC X through the UFC's official VIP experiences partner. If I'm not mistaken, Goze, there'll probably be a power slap along the way.
You'd imagine.
I already said they're going to have a Hall of Fame ceremony.
Maybe WWE.
Maybe WWE. I'm trying to scan here. Oh, the 317 fight card has not been put together. That's the one we're hoping for with John Jones and Tom Masvidal. But let's see how this week plays out. Maybe Alex Pereira somehow becomes a player. But yeah, that's your info there. If I'm not mistaken, Thursday's the Hall of Fame, Friday's the 2-day deal. The fan experience or whatever. And then Saturday's the fights. You want to do most of your stuff on Friday, by the way. Because Saturday, even though the convention goes to like 5, a lot of these fights start like at 3. And you still need time to get either back to your hotel to shower up or something, or at least get to the arena, right? If you're just going all day with that morning shower, fine. But just so everyone knows, if you want to make the most out of the stuff going on at UFC X, maybe take that Friday off and just get there and enjoy that without having any pressure. The only really pressure there is you probably want to leave there at 3 p.m. to get to the ceremonial weigh-ins at 4 p.m. In fact, maybe 2 p.m. is better because Vegas traffic, it's okay. It's not really traffic. It's just it just takes a while to move around. Like from the moment if you're inside the X, the showroom or whatever it's called, right? The convention space. And you go, hey, it's 2 p.m. Shouldn't we get to the weigh-ins? Remember, the weigh-ins start at 4 p.m. sharp. Probably takes you about 10, 15 minutes just to get out, walk to your car, hop in a cab or an Uber, then plan for another 15 to 30 minutes to get to your hotel, right? We're saying there's one waiting for you. There may not even be one waiting for you. So you got to plan for that. And then, of course, when you get there, wherever they may be, this week, I think they're at the Mandalay Bay. This week, they might be at T-Mobile, this week that I'm talking about in June. You got to get there, walk in, get to your seat. All that takes time. So you usually want to buffer about 2 hours. So think about that for Friday and Saturday, how you want to navigate that. If you're going to the fights, if it's your first time and you don't want to miss anything, you don't want to miss the weigh-ins or if there's a power slap. So it is good to go both days, especially if you're not an early person. But if you're someone that's just rubbernecking, oh yeah, that's cool. So's that. I met so and so. I'm out. Okay, maybe you can handle it all in one day. I don't know, but each day has a different amount of fighters that are in attendance to sign autographs and take pictures, just so everyone knows they don't come back like the same batch of fighters. And Friday's usually a little heavier, right, Goze?
Well, way heavier, yeah. I've never understood why they don't just turn it into a fight party at the end, and just keep the people that aren't going to the fights, keep them there.
Just charge them a little extra, but broadcast the fights there.
Yeah.
So that covers your entrance and you get to watch the fights. It's not a bad idea.
Put it on a big screen, have some fighters there.
And there are places that serve alcohol, right?
In the expo?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure I've seen a bar there or no, or my tripping.
I don't think so.
I thought I saw the Howler head and maybe it was just an exhibit. Who knows? Not a bad idea. There's so many fight parties throughout the city. And if you can capture that audience, well, there you go.
This basketball game's close.
Lakers?
Yeah. 54-56, almost at half.
Did the
They're making up for a lot of time, though.
Well, yeah, they can't start till 7. Oh wait, you're saying there's one more? Yeah. Yeah, they are
already be going.
They are pushing it.
Well, hopefully this is a good one. I mean, Joshua Van, it's a pretty aggressive dude.
What do you think of Bruce's jacket?
I was about to ask you that. Not one of my favorites, but it might be because it's matched up with a black shirt, and I don't know if that really goes, but
I'm kind of digging it.
Are you really?
Yeah.
I think I might tell the commission guy, let me borrow yours.
Because he's a master of ceremonies. And so I like for him to kind of stand out a little. And he's done so many that, like, you can't go, hey, put on the black one, put on the brown one. Like, he'd probably be so bored. I think part of like what keeps him going is his showmanship and his brand, or whatever you want to call it. And I mean, I wouldn't want him walking out with Iron Sheik boots or nothing, but so going back to that Josh Thompson interview, he was also saying that Jason Herzog's one of his favorite refs. I think a few of the other guys we spoke to said that. But funny story was, at one point, John McCarthy had told him that maybe your movement, try and control it a little bit, because watch the way he moves right here, folks. And these are flyweights, so he's got to move fast. And Jason Herzog warms up. He likes to stay loose in the back. But I think a fighter or two had said that Jason's so quick that out of the corner of his eye, I think he said he felt like he was going to get jumped, right? You know, like that side creeper guy that steals on your jaw.
Like he's fighting two guys.
That was relayed to Jason Herzog. I was like, okay, I get you.
Man, this guy's shots are quick and low. You ended up taking Van, right?
Yeah. This guy's skinny up top, but he's got some big legs.
Yeah.
You know, Cobra Kai, right? Let's not talk about how the show ends because it basically came to an end. Didn't it seem like the guy that represented, I think his name was Quan, and he represented Cobra Kai. Didn't it look like out of all of them, he looked like he could really get down? Like once they say cut, 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 and if a real fight were to break out, maybe Axel as well. Because Miguel and Robbie, you know, they just look like good-looking actor kids that we're gonna do the best of what we got. Don't even talk to me about LaRusso's daughter. I can't believe they couldn't find someone more athletic than her. The other girl, I forget her name, she kind of held her own. But Quan looked like, hey, it just so happens that I can act. But by the way, I'm a legit black belt.
Possibly. I'm not disagreeing. But the girl that was how did we even get this? But the girl that was
Because I'm looking at this Asian kid right here, and he's got that look of a good fighter, you know, like
Axel's partner. That girl is a legit Taekwondo girl. She looks like she could maybe even do this one day.
fight MMA.
Yeah, have you ever seen
You look like she'd be a ring card girl too.
yeah? This guy's tricky, man.
This dude's strong. And he's real calm in there. So you read up on that girl? That's why you know she's talented like that?
Yeah, she came out on ESPN.
Oh, I thought their heads just collided. I'm still trying to watch Herzog and see if there's that one moment where you feel like he's so close, you feel like he's gonna steal on you.
Ooh. He put Van on his back now.
This guy's got a lot of fast twitch to him. Good job. Joshua Van gets up. Nice.
This card hasn't been so bad so far.
No, I'm feeling it. And they're only down to 10 fights, but so far so good. But the action was way better last week than this week, and it was only a fight night at the Apex.
That was hard
However,
to beat, though.
to be fair, we've yet to get to you know the good fights here, but through 5 fights, last week was insane. I think Dana missed it too. He must have been over in Saudi Arabia because he signed that big deal for boxing
with Big Turkey.
Yeah. Maybe he gets guaranteed money to just be a promoter, but if he's involved in negotiations or any of that stuff, like I don't see why you would want to, like why you would want that heavy burden on your shoulders.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, the toughest thing when you're a sports league commissioner or president or whatever is just that call in the morning when you put that big toe down. You know, you're in bed and you put that first big toe down, you look at your phone and somebody writes, man, you're going to laugh your ass off. And you just know, now what? Now what? No, it's just a matter of like, hey, get down to the studio. We need you to promote UFC 313 or this big boxing card. He can do that with his eyes closed.
I
But
think Hunter Campbell gets it worse.
when it's managing like the PR and what a lot of these numbskulls are up to, or they say, or whatever, oh, that probably drives them nuts.
I think he gets a lot of those messages from Hunter Campbell, but 50% of them are probably, don't worry, I already solved it. This is what we're doing. As where Hunter, I think, is the one that gets them, and it's just a mess. He's got to clean it up.
Yeah. Hunter's an attorney, I heard, so that's pretty helpful. Well, check that. Joshua Van is just as strong, man, but this Japanese kid seems to be very strong.
His shot's not as quick, though, as it was in round one. That Burt Kreischer?
Well, I don't know. Now that I think about it, I don't think I put anything down on Van. So I'm just watching this as a fan. Nope, I don't have nothing. I would have bet him. Well, in a parlay.
Nice throw.
In a parlay. This looks like a schoolyard here.
Mm-hmm.
I would love to hear mics when they're talking to each other. But only if they know that the whole world can hear them. That way they can let loose, you know? What's up, bitch? What's up? You ain't talking shit now, are you? I miss the thrill and the agony. It was a video that they used to do after the events, and it would show both corners, the thrill and then the agony. The agony looked tough a few times. A few times camps and fighters that I knew or rooted for that were just in spots where they were brokenhearted. But that's what that beauty of that video, was, I guess.
I think everybody's entitled to some privacy. I get that they're professional athletes, but at least here's 10 minutes. Go off and cry, do whatever you need to do, but be back in 10 minutes.
Well, if the cameras are following you, yes. If you request that, yes. But didn't something happen with Aldo where there was a camera recording him and he didn't know it? And he was crying
down,
after he lost. That one was kind of, I wish that one would not have been released. Or if they did, at least they told Aldo, hey, look, man, we came across this. I mean, Aldo's beloved. And to this day, just UFC legend. He makes the UFC look good anytime he shows up anywhere. He truly is a complete prize fighter and a good representative of the sport. And where McGregor was headed in that direction, just the last few years, it hasn't happened, I don't know if in 5 years the UFC will be proud to be linked up with Conor McGregor. I would hope so. I would hope that Conor would clean his act up, come back, grab a fight or two or whatever, and duck out with some class. But
God, that's just every day that goes by, it seems so much further away from being a possibility.
I'm going to ask you a morbid question, but I'm going to try not to make it too specific. But if I told you, Goze, man, some bad news, check your phone. Who are you thinking about that this bad news could be linked to? And I've already said it's MMA, it's UFC.
Either John Jones or Conor McGregor.
Yeah. Exactly. Not just because they're popular and great fighters, but they're just the ones that are make bad decisions, I guess. Who else? Who else is in that list? Colby or no? Who?
No, maybe Mike Perry seems to do some stuff.
O'Malley's pretty clean, right? Oh, Strickland maybe.
Yeah.
All right, this round is almost over. 5 more minutes to go. Slowly but surely, the UFC's been building their flyweight stable back up.
A lot of people have problems with Pantoja for some reason. I like him.
Yeah, me too. But they lost a lot of great fighters all at once. Part of it had to do when they were going to phase out flyweight, and it started around the Demetrius trade. Demetrius Johnson went to 1 championship, and then some of the other great fighters just got older and retired. Joseph Benavidez. I never heard again from Jussier Formiga. Yeah, I know some of these guys left on some losses. Askarov was another one who beat Pantoja and beat Benavidez. Who?
No, I was saying watch this throw in the replay. It was real nice.
John Moraga got older. Henry Cejudo moved to flyweight. And I know I'm leaving a few others. There was this guy that was a really fun wrestler, and Benavidez, I think, beat him twice. He used to wrestle out of Milwaukee. Now Mokaev's gone. Ian McCall, remember him?
Mm-hmm.
Great takedown defense by Joshua Van. Not only did he hold his ground, I mean, he just shucked him off almost like by throwing a strike.
I think he's starting to gain a little bit of momentum. He's finally starting to take the fight to his opponent, though. These takedowns are relentless, though.
And he keeps doing the same thing, but each time he's missing, he can't turn the corner. Van hits him with some hammer strikes, and now 50 seconds are gone from round 5. Probably drained a lot of energy. I feel like there's at least 5 other, 5 other flyweights that were missing. John Lineker, he had trouble making weight.
Ray Borg.
Yeah, he had a little bit of the same issue. Dustin Ortiz was the other guy I couldn't think of. Maybe that was it.
Do you remember when Don Fry was in the suite and Dustin Ortiz was fighting?
No.
He goes, I can't remember who he was fighting, and he got him wrong. And we had to tell him, no, that the other guy is Ortiz. And he goes, what? That's the whitest Ortiz I've ever seen in my life.
Oh, did he get a piece?
A grazer.
Or was that the stomach?
I mean, I think he hit the cup on the way up.
Well, Herzog's talking to him like he did, so he must have heard it. Sometimes there'll be another angle that shows us exactly where the foot skids off the cup, and then you go, oh. And then there's other angles where you're like, what? Come on. All right, Goze, let's finish one thing real quick, and then I'll let it go. Cobra Kai. when Vidal was introduced as the ref, they said former All Valley champion. He didn't win it, not that I know of, right? Wasn't it Johnny was the 2-time champ, then Macho, and then I think after that they never came back and addressed other winners other than I think Mike Barnes. I don't know if he had won one or
maybe he won it before Johnny. I don't know. I think they said 2-time finalists, though, didn't they?
No, I thought they said a winner, which I would have preferred if they said, and he wasn't even a finalist because, well, we don't know what happened before. But if they would have said the 1981, then we'd go, wait a minute, Johnny won it in 83 and 82. You know, like just dot your I's and cross your T's is all I'm saying.
I've talked to that guy on Facebook before.
Vidal?
Yeah, he said he'd do the show a long time ago.
Did you tell him, you okay, Vidal?
Yeah.
I'm okay. All right. If you took the over, it hit because they're in the last half of the last round.
I mean, this hasn't been the worst fight. It's a lot of the same stuff. It's hard to get a clean shot on this kid, though.
Tsuruya just needs to work on striking. He's so telegraphed now with his shots. He poses no threat. Well, I shouldn't say that with the striking, but Van just needs to have a good beat. I think the guys are saying that. 1 year in Thailand and sharpen up. He looks like he's a good athlete, though, Goze.
Look at his knees.
I mean, you don't get to 10-0 by just phoning it in. Uh-oh. Van might have hurt him with those two shots. Spinning back fist for Tsuruya. Misses, but it looked nice. Yeah, look at the good strikes. Ben just more busy in general.
Yeah. But you never know, right? How the scorecards that were given earlier tonight. Whoa. Remember earlier tonight, 2 cup shots, a point was taken.
Okay, what happens here? We're in round 3. So it'd have to go to the judges' scorecards.
This one was right on the cup. Oh, no, wait.
That's a grazer. It's more of a grazer than that other one. The cup moved.
Yeah, no, he hit him. Oh.
Oh,
but again,
Herzog must have said fight. Okay, Herzog must have just said fight. Sorry.
He got him, though.
I'm not saying the punch didn't land on the stomach, but it looked like part of the, sorry, not the punch, the kick. The kick did hit the cup. You could see it.
Yeah.
A lot more than the first time, which they didn't catch. Either that or in between them showing the replay, the other guy said, no, I'm good, let's go.
Oh, man, he almost did it again. Herzog's in a tough spot, man, because of that Cejudo debacle. We can see you. You're in the lobby right now. So we actually have a guest that we're going to be bringing on when we switch over to the pay-per-view. Very professional, always on time. When we interview her, I always get there early because I know she's going to not only be on time, she'll be early.
Who do you think they're going to give the nod to? Joshua Van, pretty easy, right? 30-27s?
I think so, man. I think it's the right call. Should we bring our guest on now or wait till the pay-per-view?
Yeah, let's bring her on.
Right.
We're now joined by Vanessa Demopoulos, Little Monster. How are you? How are you doing, Vanessa?
I'm doing amazing. How are you guys?
Great.
We're good.
Got a UFC pay-per-view. We got some bets put down, and some drinks are flowing. We're doing all right. And yourself?
I'm doing good. I'm about to cook a giant steak and enjoy the rest of the fights. So I'm really excited about that.
In between fights, do you consume alcohol? Are you a drinker?
I never drink, actually. I don't drink even if I'm not in camp.
Okay.
Yeah, right. I don't know why. I mean, I do know why, but drinking gives me anxiety. I'm already crazy. Don't give me anxiety, you know?
Okay, and that means no beer, no alcohol, not even like a glass of wine or nothing like that.
Nope.
Okay.
Good for you.
Yeah, I admire
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're
What
probably
have
gonna
you
live
thought
about
so far
20
of
years
the
longer
fight?
than us.
Huh?
You're probably gonna live 20 years longer than us.
Yeah, but then you know what I'm saying? Like, if you live too long and then, like, it's like not even fun anymore, right?
True. Yeah.
What the heck is going on here?
We got Mikey Musumeci. You know, they're promoting jujitsu right now.
Paige
Oh my
Van
gosh.
Zandt.
Craig Jones just kissed somebody.
Was it
Oh,
Gabby Garcia
you
again?
guys must be ahead of me.
Yeah, I think we were.
Yeah, just by a little second.
So your fight's coming up, what, on April 4th? I saw it's early April, right?
Yes, I'm fighting on April 5th.
5th.
So
Okay.
another Apex card. I'm super excited to be able to get back in that octagon though. Like, I just love fighting. I don't know what it is. I mean, I know what it is. It's fighting, you know? It's like I feel like I'm like a real life superhero and I get to go out there and just like have fun and
Mhm.
live my best life and work my absolute ass off and show off.
Talita Alcansar is your opponent. Comes from the grappling world.
Yeah, yeah. Talita and I actually used to train together back when we both started jujitsu. She was a blue belt, I was a white belt. And we trained together on and off every time she would come into town from Brazil for super camps like the Pan Ams or the Worlds for about like 3 years when we were both a part of GF team, grappling fight team.
So you know each other? You'd consider yourselves friends? You know each other that well?
We're not friends, but we do know each other that well. Yeah.
Okay. Now, does that mean because you kept it at a teammate level, or was there like a bad parting of the ways?
She's definitely been to a lot of places, and she parted ways with GF team. I don't know what happened there, but I mean, she and I were never like friends. You know, like we were friendly enough to be able to train together, but even then, we just weren't friends. You know, so
Yeah.
I was very happy to be able to fight her personally.
Mm-hmm. Well, no grappling here. You get to punch each other in the face.
Yes. Yes. And if it does go to grappling, it'll be world class grappling that you guys will be watching just in the UFC, which is super dope.
Yeah.
True. That's kind of something that I think gets lost in the shuffle when people talk about you is your grappling is very, very good. And I think you've been able to show that here in your fights. I did want to ask you, so tonight, obviously when there's a pay-per-view, it feels like the Monday after a pay-per-view in the gym is when you'll see the most fighters because I think they're amped up, right? What is it like for you having to sit back and watch fights like us? What does it do for you? Like, does it give you almost like that anxiety? You just want to get in there?
When I'm watching fights, I love it. I love it. I get to watch as a fight fan, and like I'm always being very like analytical and like breaking things down mentally. And I look at like the fighters' emotions when they're walking out. I look at the coaches. I look at like what is going through their minds, like as like they're getting ready and they're preparing, like what's happening in between the rounds. Like I just really love every single aspect of the fight and these fighters being inside the octagon. Like it's just so special because this is like such like a small moment of time and every single fighter deals with it differently. I get amped up, but in like a totally different way. Where like some people are like, I want to go fight somebody. I'm like, man, like I love every single aspect of the psychology of the game.
Are you as fired up for the main event? I mean, everybody talks about the main event. The co-main event's pretty fun too. What fight is kind of capturing your interest the most here?
I think Justin Gaethje is every fighter's favorite fighter. Like he's definitely been one of my favorite fighters for so many years. I used to like run on the treadmill and just watch Justin Gaethje fights. Like that was my thing. Like that's like what got me through my runs. I absolutely freaking love that guy. I think he's just an incredible athlete and I love his style of fighting and he just lives by the sword and dies by the sword. And I mean, it is what it is. Like he's won some, lost some, but he's like every fighter's favorite fighter.
Vanessa, when you're in the back, all right, let's say you have a fight, and let's say there's 3 or 4 fights before your fight. Do you kind of keep track of what's going on as far as the judging, how fouls are being called? You know, in this last fight, there were 2 cup shots, but earlier there were 2 cup shots and a point was taken away. So sometimes things aren't as consistent. Do you ever keep track of that, like who your judges are, who the referee is, all that type of stuff?
Oh, you better fucking make sure that this next fight, I'm going to make sure I know who the judges are or who the referee is, because I didn't
Mhm.
know that last referee, and that dude was fucking deaf and blind. So forget that guy. Like, we have some of these veteran referees in the UFC, and I think I'm going to be a little bit more, I'm going to make sure that I ask, like, I just, listen, I got fucked in my last fight. Like, I definitely
man.
did. I definitely did. And even the commission told me, they are like, we recognize that you were wrongly fouled. And there's nothing that they can do to go back and fix it, which
Mhm.
I don't understand that. I'm like, how is there nothing you can do? You see that I was fouled, but you choose not to do nothing. That's not an ability thing. That's a choice. But yeah, I'm definitely gonna make sure that I'm a little bit more cautious moving forward, and have a different level of expectancy when things do happen.
I think that's a question that we all have, and hopefully, I mean, I hope you don't mind me asking, but we all ask that same question too. Like, why can't they go back and fix things? And what did they tell you when you said that? Because to me, that was kind of plain in sight for everyone to see.
Yeah, it was caught in 4K, What they told me was that they acknowledged that I was wrongly fouled. And I asked them, well, why can we not make this a no contest? And they said that it needed to be up to the ref's discretion when it happened. And I was like, okay, so why don't we contact the ref and allow him to look at it again? And they're like, no, it needed to happen in that moment. And I'm just like, guys, there's like, we can replay the footage. You see what happened. Like, why are we not able to overturn this? And I feel like they don't want to admit that human error is a part of it, right? And if they say, listen, we messed up, that means that they have to open up the whole can of worms for all of these other, like, refs' decisions that have gone the wrong way and fouls that have happened that were like fight ending or fight changing fouls. And it's like, I have to pay that price. And that sucked. And they were like, well, did you see what happened the next week against Merab and Sean O'Malley when Sean O'Malley held Merab's glove and we stopped it immediately? I was like, well, that's excellent for other fighters moving forward. But what about me? What about my fight? Because that affected the trajectory of everything. I've
Yeah.
never been finished in an MMA fight. I've never been finished before. And I still don't feel like that was a loss, right? Because everybody has admitted to me how it truly was not. I had truly been fouled. But on paper and on record, that's what matters to people. That's what matters to the common fan that's Googling your name. And that's what they see. And that affects me. That affects my paycheck. That affects my trajectory in the UFC. It affects everything.
True.
Has the UFC said anything about it?
They can't do anything because
No,
it's
but
not
in
them. It's
terms
the
of maybe
commission.
not, in terms of maybe not handling you as a fighter that took a legit L, we'll say, like
Yeah.
maybe your momentum didn't stop like somebody that clearly gets knocked out or submitted.
Right. Yeah. I don't feel like it did. And I feel like that's why I get to fight somebody like Toledo, who is essentially the exact same opponent, but a different person.
Mhm.
All right, so you got me curious here. Oh, by the way, who do you like in this fight? Because we got to put in our picks. This fight's going to start in a couple minutes, but since we have a UFC fighter here with us, Vanessa Demopoulos, who do you like between King Green and Mauricio Ruffy in the first fight of this pay-per-view?
It's so hard to go against the fighting nerds right now. They are absolutely on fire, right? So I'm gonna have to go with Mauricio.
Okay. All right, so Goze, make sure you get that one down for us. And then going back a couple questions, I was curious. You said the walkouts, you like the walkouts, they get you fired up. Anybody got one in particular? What would be your top 3 walkouts that give you goose pimples for mother
Oh
fighters?
no! I can't think of. I can't. No, my brain doesn't operate like that. Like my brain doesn't operate like that. Like I just like live in the moment.
I'll give one, and then let's see if maybe you go, oh, But I like
Yeah.
Poeton's, obviously, how he kind of like moves in slow, and then I used to like that one. I used to like Ronda Rousey's, believe it or not, because she had such a great song, and then she had that intense look. and the song had a good beat to it, but that scowl did it, right? And everybody would go nuts. Vanderlei Silva just had an awesome song, and then he would do the walkout.
Breakdancing, remember that?
What's that?
Izzy used to like dance on his way out.
Yeah.
Vanderlei?
Oh. No, Israel Adesanya.
Oh, Izzy? Yeah.
Yo,
who you
I forget who it was. He was a heavyweight, and he would like dance out to the octagon and stuff, and like that was super dope. Like he'd have like a whole full-blown dance off. I don't know if he's still in the UFC anymore though.
I don't remember who that was. Was it like a white dude, a black guy, or
he was like a Hawaiian guy?
Cabbage Correa? No, that's too long ago. I don't think she'd know that one. But there was a guy named Cabbage Correa, and he would do the cabbage patch after when he would knock someone out. It was pretty fun. You know who I like was Uriah Faber.
The one walkout with like the masks.
Who?
Brian Ortega.
Oh, that's right. He had the from that movie. I forget what it's called.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like Uriah Faber's song. And it just resonated, like they did it for so long. The song was connected to them. Anderson Silva. So yeah, there's quite a few there. I'm glad you chimed in with a couple there. BJ Penn, that Hawaiian song, Fedor Emelianenko with that, that stoic look that he had. And then the other question I want to ask you was, we're also going to have some strawweights coming up here. Amanda Lemos and Yasmin Lucindo. How do you see that fight going?
Man, Lucindo's just been on one recently, and I feel like Amanda Lemos, she's been really, like, she's got that knockout power. Don't hit your hand too hard. But she got that knockout power, and I feel like she can just, like, it's just one punch and the lights are out. Where Lucindo, I feel like, is a very aggressive fighter. And that could potentially compromise her into running into one of Amanda's shots. But I feel like either way, the fans are going to win on this one. We have seen some grappling weaknesses from Lemos, who, interestingly enough, is a black belt in jiu-jitsu. But I feel like Lucindo's been able to capitalize her grappling a lot more in the MMA arena. And this is it's a really exciting fight for me to be able to watch. So I say Lucindo wins it by decision, unless Lemos can knock her out.
Lucindo is minus 140. She's the favorite, and Lemos is plus 110. So even the odds makers are calling it a pretty close fight. Some are calling it like a passing of the torch because Amanda's maybe towards the latter end. She's already, been to the peak. She had a title fight and all that. But I still think I like her hands. I think she's competitive, and I think it's going to be good. But I agree with you. I think Lucindo's going to win this one.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be. I think Lucindo's a very aggressive fighter. So it's going to be fun to watch.
Vanessa, I know what it's
I'll
like.
be definitely watching that fight. So.
Oh yeah, I was going to tell you. I know what it's like when there's a steak waiting for you. So we'll let you go. Thanks so much for jumping on our UFC 313 watch along, and hopefully in a week or two we can catch up before your fight that comes up here at the Apex.
Let's go.
It's always a pleasure.
People punch each other in the fucking face.
That's what's up. All right, take care. We'll see you.
Bye, guys.
Yeah.
All right, bye. All right, folks. That's the little monster, Vanessa Demopoulos. She's going to be fighting on April 5th against Talita Alinsar, excuse me. And it is a fight night, and it's the same night that Josh Emmett and Lerone Murphy are going to main event. I don't know what number it is, but other fighters on that card are Pat Sabatini and Joe Anderson Brito, Kennedy and Chukwu against Martin Budai, Robert Valentin Torres Finney, who finally cracked through on the third time's the charm Dana White Contender Series. Brad Tavares is back against Gerald Mearshart. O'Day Osborne's back. Reese McKee, Diana Belbita, Loma Lukmanby. Wow, there's a lot of fights here, man. Like 15. Vanessa Demopoulos, I mentioned her. Victor Henry's back. Davey Grant against Daniel Santos. All right. Looked like Giga Chikadze and David Onama were going to fight on this card too, but it fell off. All right, folks. We got our pick and go, so we're safe there. Go ahead. What were you going to say?
I almost did something incredibly stupid, George.
What?
When we were talking to her, I went into interview mode, and when we said goodbye, I almost hit end stream because I'm just so used to the end of the interview. Hit the end, we would have jacked up the whole broadcast. Like I had my finger on it and almost hit it.
That would have been dumb for sure.
Yep.
All right.
I know, mistake.
So Joshua Van did win, and there's no sense in the Kuniev blades inside the distance play that I had, and I don't have any other plays coming up yet. This one's all just about enjoying it. I like Bobby Green, King Green from the SoCal area. He's getting older now, but I'm also a fan of the fighting nerds. I'm just gonna kick back and enjoy. I think I put King Green down kind of like as an OG. And a shout out to SoCal, but these guys are on a roll, man.
I like it to go the distance. I think King Green is just kind of hard to adapt to. He's just he's got a strange fighting style for MMA. But the fight nerds, man, it's so weird how they've taken the sport by storm, and on top of everything, they're all so different in their own way. You know, it's not like you could even say that gym is known for. They're all kind of different.
Yeah. He's like a minus 500, which is too much. But if you just want him to finish, so Mauricio Ruffy gets his hand raised, either submission or TKO, that's minus 130. I kind of like that play.
So for some of you who have entered and are asking, you know, obviously we can't show the fights because that gets us in trouble. But you're asking when the main event is. The first fight of the pay-per-view is about to start here, probably in the next 5 to 10 minutes. So we're still a ways away, but we'll do our best here to kind of let you know what's going on, what we're seeing. One fighter is already in the cage now. We're waiting for King Green, so you're still a ways away before you get to the pay-per-view. To the main event. King Green's getting rid of everything. He's made some good money on this sport, huh?
Yeah, for sure. Well, I mean,
considering how long he's been around.
Not for sure, as in like he did it a long time ago, but he had a run where he made himself really available, and
bonuses too.
Yeah, a couple of those, and I think he's now been able to buy like 3 or 4 houses, and that's what he always wanted to do, was take care of his family. But for a while there, it looked like, man, despite the longevity and some of the notoriety he had, he wasn't going to get to some of those big paydays, but he was able to take advantage of the leverage, his positioning, took some late fights, took a lot of fights, was always on and ready, and so he got some good paydays.
He's getting an issue with his shorts or something. He is being just got into the cage on my screen.
I wonder if Chris Tione knows he's going to do a Triple H if he wins a decision. Well, no, regardless if he wins or not, he shoots the water in the air, doesn't he? He sprays everyone.
Well, I think he does it in the corner, but during the decision, if he gets the win, he does it. Remember, he got Keith Peterson really good last time?
Yeah. Ruffy's got, 4-inch reach advantage, and they're about the same height. Wow. Usually you have to be like awkwardly tall or whatever to have a 4-inch reach advantage over somebody. This could be a big win for King Green. Like, the only reason Jim Miller's around it because Goze still shows up, man. Jim Miller shows up to fight. You know what I mean? Whether he's throwing punches, he's throwing them in bunches. If he's grappling, he's going for it. So some of these guys that have aged should really take a page out of Jim Miller and what he's doing, and just get out there. You're going to win some, you're going to lose some, but if you're fighting, no one's going to question your health, the status of your brain. Do you still got it or whatever? Like, towards the end, Tony Ferguson just looked like a shadow of himself.
Yeah.
I'm only when Jim, it's funny that I'm using Jim Miller because King pieced him out, or Green pieced him up in one of those, but he said it was a slip on a banana peel, but against Patty Pimblett, man, that was not a good showing.
Nah, that's I think the fight where everybody. I'm kind of halfway on that. I mean, I don't think it was a complete slip on a banana peel, but at the same time, I don't think he slowed down overnight either. I think he just made a mistake.
I mean, sprawl and brawl against a guy like Patty. Stay away from the ground and take your chances with your hands. I still love that video of Bobby Green when he's surrounded by Tsuruya and his guys. He didn't look like he wanted to puss out 1 minute. He's like, "Are you about this or what? Like, let's go." You know, I mean, he didn't even bother to take off his glasses or anything. He was ready to go at that particular moment.
I mean, you ever been to Fontana? I don't think you have a choice, right?
Nope. Here we go. No touch of the gloves. King usually likes to get animated and talk to his opponents. Hands are down a lot. King wrestled at one point, for those that don't know. It's not like he's unfamiliar with that territory. He can wrestle. It was a long time ago, and he doesn't like to do it. He wants to put on a show and throw hands. And he's got good reactions and good head movements, so it's hard to get a good shot at him. But, man, you know, this isn't just hands, folks. These are elbows that the spinning variety, lead elbows, knees, kicks, so many things that you got to worry about other than the sweet science of hands.
What why does short say Santos on it?
Is that what it says?
Yeah.
Does he got like another last name too?
I would imagine. Unless something happened to his shorts and he had to borrow someone's.
Maybe I had to borrow Myron's. He's Brazilian.
But he's got good luck. Ooh, Santos lands a nice right hand, backs up Bobby Green.
Tell me the time you're at. I think we haven't calibrated yet.
32, 31, 30, 29,
Okay.
28, 27.
Okay.
What Bobby's not doing is throwing. I know he likes to counter, but you got to do something. Try and get a reaction.
I was 15 seconds ahead of you. Can you believe that?
Really?
Yeah. Okay, I think we're all even now. I'm at 257. Oh my God, he cleaned him out. That's it.
Oh my
I didn't
God.
know he landed, Goze.
Spinning back kick.
To
Leal
the
kick.
head. Holy cow.
He annihilated him. It's not as bad as Terry Edom, and Edson Barbosa, but I mean, he hit him on the top part of the head and cleaned him out.
Thing of beauty, man. In fact, it was so slick that I thought he missed him. Wow, this one's gonna make the video.
I want to see this one again, though. It felt like it hit him here on the side of the head, but Bobby's got a lot of blood coming out of his nose. The fight nerds, dude, they're on fire.
Green is always a good sportsmanship. He may talk smack. Here it comes.
Yeah, right about the ear.
The heel, yeah. The heel gets some eye, some temple. Oh man. Oh.
Look at his fingers.
That scares me a little bit, the temple area.
Yeah.
Luckily, Green got right back up. But look, he just went down. Like a bag of bricks just tumbling.
Like a cartoon, he just skidded on the mat. Jeez.
Okay, did you see how that angle almost showed like it? There's an angle there that it almost looks like he's not touching. This is slow motion. I'm not gonna put too much into this, but to me, it looked more like a swipe.
Yeah.
So I thought Green was kind of almost just ducking, and then when I saw him all of a sudden out like that, I was like, "Whoa!"
I mean, when you hit that area of the head, it's really, really dangerous. Look at Joe Rogan.
Do you think they're getting older and it's more impactful to them because a lot of these guys are their friends and they love them, they respect them? Or do you think they know the camera's on and so they maybe play it up a little?
I think they play it up a little bit. Not a whole lot, but I think they do.
Because think about it. We've all been on that roller coaster where they go, hey, don't forget, the second loop, there's a camera, and we all go, or do something because we know the camera's.
But if they were watching the fights from the first row or the second row, it's not like their hands would be folded either, right? They'd probably freak the fuck out too. So I think it's pretty genuine, but I do think maybe every now and again they'll act it up.
Green never really got going. I like when he gets going with his antics, but that's 2 fights in a row he hasn't really gotten going. Congratulations to Mauricio Ruffy.
And congratulations to Vanessa Demopoulos, who gave us a win.
Yes, you're right. You are right. Like I say what you will about Green, but he always goes over and shakes hands or does whatever. Look at Joe Rogan's big head. Those glasses are barely hanging in there.
The fighter rarely gets the mic.
Uh-huh.
It's happened a lot lately. I know the last guy it happened to was Cormier, but it was because of all the blood on the hand. He was kind of grossed out. I don't know how he was able to get the mic here.
Rogan's got strong hands too, man. That boy be training. You thought he would have hung on to it, I think I would give up the mic in 2 occasions off the top of my head. One, if I knew this was the guy's last fight, like he said it, he's living up to it and all that, I'd probably be like, this is his moment. And the other one would be like, if it was in the news that during fight week he lost his dad or his mom and he's gonna be emotional, then I'd probably maybe be okay with it in that instance. But most of the time, you really are supposed to hang on to that mic.
Yeah. Crazy way to start the pay-per-view off.
Watch this angle goes. Look.
Oof. Yeah, it does just kind of look like it grazes him, but
yeah, the heel makes contact, but most of the foot is kind of like grazing by. It really tricked my ass.
It's what the heel does.
Yeah. The heel did something that just turned him off right in that temple area.
The heel is a direct shot. You'll see it right here.
And remember, we were talking about Bobby and his hands down, and you can get it with so many weapons, man. It's not just the hands. It sucks because he's much better of a fighter than what we just saw, but he's also older now. Like I was saying, if you make a good representation, I think the UFC will still give you fights up until when you're just not representing yourself well. And so you can still cash some big checks, man. A lot of these guys are worth just their name alone a couple $100,000. Not even the whole 60 and 60, 120, 120. No, man. Some of these guys just to show are worth that, whether they're on a pay-per-view or not, because they've been through like 3, 4, 5 contracts, or they've negotiated well.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, congrats to us. Congrats to Vanessa Demopoulos for giving us the pick. But we got to move on. We got to turn the page. The second fight on this pay-per-view card for UFC 313 is Yasmin Lucindo and Amanda Lemos.
It's
Big,
on you.
no, not a big favorite. Lucindo is a big is the favorite. Is what I meant to say.
Mm-hmm.
I like her. I'm gonna go with the youth here. I've started to turn the page. I paid the price a little bit by hanging in there with the vets goes. I hang in there too long, man. I just gotta let them go. You know what I mean?
I'm with you, but the thing about Lucindo is she's got that like Vanderlei Silva style. You know, it's like a tornado. It's nice and tight.
Mm-hmm.
The thing about Lemos is she kind of fights direct. I don't know, man. I know on staff picks, I think I might have gone Lemos, but it could be exactly what you're talking about. You know, just the changing of a guard.
They just showed Max Crosby. He just signed goes like a big 3-year contract with the Raiders. Did you see that?
Yeah.
I want to say it was like $100 million. And he had some options too, because the team, when your team doesn't deliver and you're a star, you have every right to go in there and hey, listen, I've been with you guys, you drafted me, but I also want to, win. It's time for me to move. In a way, Deebo Samuel kind of did that, except we had been winning. I think he just wanted to move closer to home, maybe be utilized differently. Who knows? He didn't leave with a bad taste in his mouth, but we lost him.
Thankfully, for me, we didn't have to give up that much, too.
I'm trying to find out what Max Crosby signed for. I know it was 3 years. It was big, man. Oh, it wasn't 135 million. Let's see here.
So technically, we just have the one loss, right?
3 years, 106 million goes.
3 years, 106 million. God,
How happy is that guy?
Yeah.
He's a big UFC fan. He's on a lot of shows. I mean, it's easy. He's in Vegas, right? But 91 million guaranteed. To who goes?
The most ruthless, I thought is what he said. Robbie Lawler.
Oh, good. So he's going to go in as a, yeah. Some people had told me he went in through the fight wing because it was probably going to be hard for him to go through as a fighter. And I was like, no way. He had longevity. He won a world title. He had a title defense. I think he only had one. He might have two. But I don't know. I just felt like, I mean, there's fighters in there that don't have, world titles. How's he not gonna have? How's he not gonna be in there?
Oof.
But goes, I hate to harp on it. Go in the order of the fighters, how they arrive. And where's Dan Henderson? He fought like at UFC 13, I think. And by the way, Lawler was in the early stages too. So he's not far behind, but I don't know.
He's got so many KOs and TKOs. This is nuts.
And one can't even say, he's not one of their favorites. They already put in Miletich. They already put in Don Fry. They already put in Tito Ortiz. The only other one that the UFC didn't get along with was Frank Shamrock. He's not in. But I do know that they offered it to him. I'd like to see Dan Henderson go in. No disrespect to Lawler. Congrats. He deserves it. Hopefully they both make it in. But go in order, I think.
No, I agree. He had one of the shorter Hall of Fame speeches, right?
I think so.
If you had to guess, who would induct him?
Let's see here. He's been part of the Militich era. I'm just not sure he keeps in touch with them.
And
And then he's been in South Florida for so long. He had a stint with AT and ATT, and now he's been with Killcliff. Man. I think things changed around when he went to ATT. So
he's
maybe
getting emotional.
someone from
rarely
that
gets emotional.
South Florida gym, one of the 2 gyms that he's at. Right now, he's coaching with Killcliff.
Robbie's getting really emotional watching all these highlights, and he's a guy that very rarely gets emotional.
I remember one time Lawler had lost to Nick Diaz that first time, and I was walking the Mandalay Bay concourse, and that Gracie team was all fired up. I remember Caesar Gracie going talking all that shit. Although I don't remember if Lawler had talked shit or not, so I don't know if it was directed at him or his camp, but it was one of those where the fight ended. So I said, I'm gonna go get a beer or I'm gonna take a leak. So whatever time it took me, somehow that team kind of wound up there and they were in that area. But that's how they were still fired up.
Yeah. In the modern wing. Good for him.
What did DC say?
It's making him cry. DC's easy to make cry.
That's Kamaru Usman. I couldn't tell who that was. Mariah. What was that, Joe Rogan? There's Khalil Roundtree, Diego Lopez.
Diego Lopez is a mess shit.
That's his manager, Randall Allman. Same guy that's Michael Chandler's manager. Well, I think it's a guy named Martin. What's his last name? Doug Martin? No, first name? I forget. Nice guy. But Randall kind of, I think, does a lot of the fighter relations stuff. Dave Martin, that's right. So Danny and Fada were raving about Lucindo by KO.
I don't know about that.
She's got 8 of them.
I think she's still figuring it out.
Lucindo has been a decision, been to a couple decisions, a submission, decision, but early in her career, she had some KOs. It's just that it's plus 1,600. And a lot of those KOs came earlier in her career. Lemos does have the cleaner hands. Let's see here.
I'm leaning towards Lemos in this one, but
Yasmin's 23. Amanda is 37. Amanda Lemos has 8 KOs, but some of those haven't happened in a while either. Well, she got Marina Rodriguez in 2022 and Montserrat in 2021. Lavinia Souza. But I don't know what those odds are. Let me see. I bet you they're not as high. Amanda Lemos by TKO is plus 600. The other one's plus 1,600. Sounds more fun to go on the other side, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm. I can't imagine what that pain would have been like on your throat. Worse for a guy. Lucindo's walking out first. Our music's playing. We're about probably 10 minutes away from the second fight. First one ended very quickly. You're right. There are a lot of Brazilians on this card.
Yeah, dude. Let's go through it. Let me find it here. Okay. At the top, Pereira, 1. Lemos and Lucindo, 2-3. Ruffy, 4. Ferreira, 5. Leal, 6. Santos, 7. Santos, 8. 8 Brazilians. How many Americans? Marshall, Diaz, Morono. That's 3. King Green is 4. Turner, 5. Gaethje, 6. 6 Americans. I think I see 2 Russians, a Kazakhstani, Romania, Japan, and that's it. Oh, sorry, Myanmar. I wonder what the word is on Santos and Marshall, as Marshall already posted on social media.
Dude, that's gonna be one of the first fights I rewatch. It just makes no sense to me.
Hopefully he gets taken care of.
Even then, though, I mean, like, that's still a loss. It kills your momentum.
Oh, look, MMA decisions. Dude, MMA decisions had a lot of Santoses.
Really?
Yes. 12 Santos and about 14 Marshalls. So one could honestly say split. Slight lean towards Marshall, but not that bad. There's at least 12 Santoses that I see. Sherdog, Sports Illustrated, Wrestling Observer. Wow, there's 4 people from Sherdog that turn in scores. Segura, Santos. Zane Simon. I feel like I saw that name at Bloody Elbow before, but he's with another outlet. Combat Press, Sporting News, Cage Side Press. Huh. I thought this one would be more one-sided, Goze. It was 14-10. Of the 13 that said Marshall won, or I guess 12 or whatever, 10 of them had him winning all 3 rounds.
It's interesting.
And what we're discussing is Francis Marshall against Myron Santos. Controversial. We all thought Marshall won. I mean, Santos won. Sorry, Marshall won, but they gave it to Santos.
Almost is in the prep point right now. We were supposed to have another fighter join us later in the show. That fighter's flight was delayed and they won't be able to join us now.
I feel for King Mo. King Mo, former Strikeforce light heavyweight champion, former Risen. I think he was a light heavyweight champ or open weight champ Grand Prix. Former NC2A All-American, former U.S. national team wrestler. He was out here cornering Kuniev against Curtis Blades, and Curtis Blades fell ill. So that's a lot of coming out, holding mitts, being the bitch. You know, these guys in camp usually they get their way, they get their door open for them by the guys. And let's not forget, on Monday, at least according to George Masvidal, that's when you go to the bank and start breaking people off. You come back from the bank and start paying your cornermen and your coaches and whoever. You know, will they get a full payment? Will Kuniev get, because he weighed in, so you should get your show. Does he get his win? It's happened in the past. Will it happen this time? I don't know.
I would imagine if it's just an illness, just rebook it, no?
Yeah. But should they get the show?
Yeah, I think you should at least get your show.
Now, Blades doesn't have this history of being, you know, pulling out of fights and jerking people around or whatever. So I think he'll be all right. All right, let's see what happens. We have a 23-year-old against a 37-year-old. Wearing yellow is Yasmin Lucindo. She's the 23-year-old. Wearing black is Amanda Lemos, 37-year-old. They're both from Brazil. Both like to strike.
Different striking styles, though, for sure. You would never think Lucindo, just seeing her, but she would be that big of a badass.
This is true. I don't like those fingers out the way they are.
Mm-hmm. Lucindo looks a little bit more passive than she has in other fights. But she seems like that type where she gets hit, things just change.
They just exchanged leg kicks. And I noticed Lemos kind of pulled her foot back, almost like that hurt. I wouldn't say she got it checked, but it looked like it landed on part of the kneecap or Yasmin. She didn't like it. Now the fans are getting a little antsy. We're at 350 of round one, but other than those leg kicks, not much has happened. Remember, we're in a pay-per-view. A lot of the appetizers have been served. This is the main course, folks. We want to see action here. And the fighters should reward the matchmakers for this placement on the card.
True.
You've probably been getting shit on by people like me, you know, for the last few weeks. Time to prove us wrong. Ruffy just did it.
Now they're locked up against the cage. It's not a good round one. Lemos is just kind of holding on.
Because there's a movie coming out with Jason Statham. It's one of those action movies that I like, where they're like a superhero.
Mm-hmm.
And then I want to see Flight Risk with
Oh,
Mark Wahlberg. Have you seen that?
I have not. Lemos gets the takedown. Lucindo on her back with her head up against the cage. Are you gonna go to Mark Wahlberg's gym out here?
It's not open for another year, right?
I don't know.
That's what I heard. Yeah, I heard it's in Summerlin, and
It's right next to Trader Joe's, huh?
but I heard that it might be expensive. So for one, I got one real close to me. That's $10 a month, and I don't even go to that one as much as I should. So I don't know about paying like $100 a month to drive 30 minutes. Plus, he's
Ooh.
part of the 4 a.m. club. Did you know that?
Yeah. There's some blood under Lucindo's eye. She might have been cut open by one of these elbows.
Their heads look like they're colliding a little too. 140 left here in round one. Amanda Lemos is on top of Yasmin Lucindo. She's in her full guard, and they're up against the fence. Lemos has let go of some fists and elbows. She's definitely taking control of this round. And with the fact that Lucindo hasn't done much prior to this takedown, this looks like a Lemos round with 1:15 left here to go. She looks at it like she's in a good position to control this round.
Yeah, Lucindo's got some blood under her right eye.
And Lucindo's got a body triangle, which shows no interest in getting up. Now she's full guard from the bottom, but yet nothing's happening from the bottom. And I accuse fighters of this all the time. A lot of them have bad fighter IQ. I wonder if she's thinking, why aren't they standing us up? I see a cut.
Possibly.
I see that cut, yeah, under her right eye.
Who'd we end up going with?
Yasmin.
Oh, heavy.
That was a
heavy
mean elbow from Lemos. 20 seconds left.
What I can't tell, I see the blood, but I can't tell if there's swelling because her eye does look a little bit more closed. But
We'll see right now. It's a pay-per-view, and they usually wipe each other off. Good sportsmanship from Lemos. She actually helped her up. But yeah, it's like a scrape. There's a cut underneath her right eye. And that looks like Rob Monroe cleaning her up right now. Cutting man for the UFC for a long time.
it's a decent.
That could turn into a mouse. If it bleeds, it won't bleed into her eye because it's below the eye.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought I saw a little lump on her forehead, or maybe that's just where the hair is kind of falling down. But she looks pretty shook up. She doesn't look like she's confident right now, Yasmin Lucindo.
Yeah, it's a young fighter on a big stage.
Oh, there's the elbow goes. Holy cow. That had to have hurt, dude. Here we go. Oh.
Ooh.
I almost wish I would have got punched in the eye than to get that, dude. That had to have hurt, man. She would have shattered her nose if she hit the nose. There's Theo Vaughn, the same seat he was in fight number one.
Lucindo's got to turn things up here, and I think you could already tell by her body language she's doing just that.
She thought she was Marisa Ruffy there, throwing a spinning wheel kick. Lemos jabbing to the stomach. .430 left here in round two. Lemos kind of twitching her hips like she wants to throw some kicks. She looks like Dak Prescott warming up, but she ain't doing nothing.
Kind of like Dak Prescott when he's playing.
especially in the playoffs. You believe that fool makes $60 million a year?
Whoa, she almost knocked Lucindo off her feet with a calf kick. Yeah, I have no idea how.
I
who
think he's
thought
only
that was a good
won.
idea.
I think he's only won one playoff game. Brock Purdy's won 3 playoff games, and he's played like 3 years compared to Dak's 8, and they offered him $45 million. He's got to be thinking, hold on a second, my numbers are better than Dak's. Start at 60.
But if you're San Francisco's GM, isn't that the part where you go, yeah, but we're not dumb?
True. Plus, you want all these weapons? They cost money. 3:30 left here in round 2.
Fans are getting antsy. Lemos has her tied up against the cage, but not a whole lot going on. But this is where she got the takedown last time, so she might go for that again. Fans are booing.
Lemos dragging her to the ground. Oh, she was successful, but Lucindo popped right back up. So they're against the cage with just over 3 minutes here left in round 2. Both standing. Lucindo's got her back to the cage. Lemos is pressing. Now she snuck in an elbow, did Lemos. She's got both of her arms underneath. She's got it wrapped around her body. So she's got like underhooks. She could maybe pick her up and drag her. Yeah, she did. Now she's on top of Lucindo. Half guard position, 237, 36, and 35 on the DraftKings score clock there. And Lucindo is kind of frozen in time right now, not doing much. Legs wrapped around her, one leg. Lemos is one leg. I think if she's going to have a better time standing up, it's going to be now versus when Lemos is on top of her. She needs to free up that leg, though. And it's all going to be no. She's going to settle for guard here. It's going to be a big mistake. Oh, here we go. And she's going to wrap her other leg around there, like she's going to set up some submission. You know, the submission we saw earlier is so rare. The one that Ferreira put on Petrosyan.
Mm-hmm.
They just don't happen that much, man. And you can't spend so much time setting it up. Meanwhile, you're getting your face caved in.
She's going to take more elbows right now. Her head's up against the cage. Kind of a fish out of water here. Off her back. This is a veteran performance from Lemos. It's not one that's going to make the matchmakers and Dana White love you, but she's getting the job done. She's exposing her opponent's weaknesses.
I hope she throws up her leg and lands an armbar or a triangle and shuts me out, but I don't think it's going to happen.
She's holding onto the fence, no?
I like the way Lemos has actually been fighting this fight. Been very, very smart, not putting herself in dangerous situations. So much can be gained, like DC says. You go home with 2 checks. You're in the win column. The matchmakers want to match you up with another one that won. And not to mention, you're losing and making the fans boo. At least lose and make the fans cheer.
Oh, she took another big elbow. She's throwing those Kenny Florian-esque elbows, the ones that can cut you.
Look at that closed guard. It makes me so angry right now.
Fans are not happy. Not a whole lot to report. I mean, they've basically been in the same position for almost 3 minutes now.
By the time this is done, it'll be 3 minutes and 25 seconds of being on the ground and offering almost nothing. And in the first round, it was like 2 minutes and 40 seconds.
Well, she's down 2-0 for sure, unless we have the judges from the fight earlier. Corner's telling her to wake up, Lucindo.
It's 2 things. Like, for one, keep your back off the fence. You got to be pushing her, because otherwise she's going to trap you. You seem to have no answer for her against the fence. And for sure, once it hits the ground, get up. That's why that Hyder Emil, I was so impressed with him, Goze, because William Gomez was much bigger, faster, athletic, longer, everything. But Hyder Emil kept going at him. He was not giving up that space, man. And he was throwing and he was active. It's so much easier, obviously, to get taken down against the fence. And a lot of fighters, Tyron Woodley was famous for always retreating towards the fence.
She's going to need a finish here.
There you go. Now they're slinging. They both are. Uh-oh. She better get up. She did. So they're both slinging right now. Amanda's trying to get a hold of her. Amanda likes that. She's like, okay, I'll just put her against the fence. Oh, Lucindo's on top. Now, is there enough time? There is in this round. 4 minutes and 30 seconds left in round 3. But remember, she needs a finish. She's lost the other 2 rounds. Unless they dragged out the the judges from the Santos fight. I just don't see her getting this win. She's on top and maybe working on an arm triangle, head and arm. No, now she's inside control. But she's back in half guard. So Amanda Lemos did a good job of regaining that.
Lemos just taking some deep breaths.
And remember, Lemos has the benefit of being up 2 rounds. So she just needs to not make a mistake. She doesn't have to worry about winning the round. I don't think she's in any danger of a 10-8, even though she did get taken down early. But the onus is on Lucindo to do something.
She just passed. Side control now.
She gonna trap that arm?
She should be throwing them short little elbows. But she needs a finish.
Now what does Yasmin want to do? Mount her? Or is she going to trap the arm? She's inside control. They're up against the fence. Technically, Lemos does have her toes to the fence, but it doesn't look like the ref's going to call that. Yasmin only has 2 minutes and 45 seconds left, and yet she's yet to set up some formal offense out of this side control position. She hasn't trapped the arm. She hasn't thrown any elbows.
There's an elbow.
There's one. And I'm surprised the toes in the cage isn't being called by the ref.
Yeah, that's what helped her gets that position right now.
Look, I mean, they haven't even spoken about it. So some of those coaches some of those refs are really strict on that. This ref hasn't even tapped on the leg or said anything. And Lucindo's now with 2 minutes left. Well, 2:05 left in round 3, and she just can't get the elbows going.
She could probably get to the mount right now if she wanted to.
I think she's better off trapping the arm.
But she's fighting it so well. Man, all that for nothing.
So who is it? Is that Keith Peterson?
What the fuck?
Yeah. Keith Peterson not once really said anything about the toes.
So now Lemos is on top. They got up to their feet for a second, and Lemos took her down.
This fight sucks, folks. There's just no way around it.
There's just hardly any striking going on. You know, one girl gets on top, and it's all about positioning, but they don't really do anything with it once they get it. Now, granted, right now Lemos is in a full guard. It's not too much, but
they should flash the matchmaker's face so that everyone can give him Frank Mir face. I'm not even concerned about the matchup. 37 against 23. All right, changing of the guard, whatever you want to call it. But this placement on the card, it's suffocating the pay-per-view right now. This wasn't an A, right? We've got to get to the better fights. It could get an A by the end of the fight. But it wasn't an F or a D either. I think we were sitting kind of like in the C plus, B minus territory, ready to strike with some good Justin Gaethje highlights and Fiziev and Ferreira and Ankalaev and even Bahamondes and Turner. We could easily get to that B plus, A minus range. But these ladies just set it back. Oh my God.
Fans are booing pretty loud right now.
The only thing that hit the left on the bingo card is for the winner to go, well, I came in with some injuries. She's tough. Don't boo her. All right.
I mean, that big elbow is the best strike of the whole fight, right?
Yeah, it was nice. But just that whole wrap her legs around her without threatening any submissions at all. Like, get up, man.
Mm-hmm.
You know what's the equivalent to, folks? It's 4th and 15, and we're running up in victory formation or to do the tush push. Like, what kind of a play are you gonna run that's gonna get you 15 yards off that formation? That's what we were watching.
Keith Peterson's having a hell of a time trying to round them up.
I don't think Joe Rogan's gonna talk to the winner. Have you seen Joe Rogan in there?
No.
I don't think he's gonna. And they have the time because the first one went so quick. They have plenty of time. If he's not in there, it's a message. Hell no, there ain't no Joe Rogan in there. Yeah, you're both gonna train someday. Yeah, get out. Get us the next set of fighters. Hey, how you doing? Is that Gary Brecka?
Miss America.
But next to him was that Gary Brecka.
Oh, I didn't see.
Kamaru Usman.
That could have been fucking Alf next to her, and I wouldn't have noticed.
Volk. Nina Drama trying to squeeze in there, huh?
Yeah.
When was the latest Miss America? I didn't even know.
It's kind of a lot, though, to wear the crown and the sash, right? Unless she just came from there.
Still the all-time blunder what Steve Harvey did.
Yeah.
That's the epitome of want to get away. Right? Is there a worse one than that?
Well, when you ask a woman, like, how far along they are, and they just go, I'm just fat. That one sucks.
Oh, well, yeah, but this was on an international stage. And the winner is, we'll say, Portugal. She freezes, starts crying. They hug it out, the crown, the sash. And then he goes, oh, man, you're going to laugh your ass off. Hold on a second. It ain't you. It's her. And now that one's going to, doesn't even get to enjoy the emotion. Like, it's me. Like, she's like, oh, like, I feel so bad for her. But, it was just a train wreck, folks. 10 years ago. Look it up. Steve Harvey, I think it was a Miss Universe or something like that. He announced the wrong way. And then I think he tried to say, well, you got first runner-up. It said here. And shut up. You messed up. I've never liked it. To be fair, I've never liked it when they say, and the first runner-up is so-and-so, because they minimize the winner. So let's say the winner is going to be Portugal. They'll go, and the first runner-up is Miss Argentina, like that. And then they kind of go, that means Miss Portugal won. I think when they get to the last one, they should just go, your Miss Universe is Miss Portugal. And then we all know Argentina's the first runner-up. And if Portugal can't fulfill their duties, the other one steps in. But they make this big thing for Argentina being the first one, that the other one's just like frozen, knowing it's her. But I think they should put the spotlight on her.
I thought they have 3 up there, and they say the first runner-up, which leaves you with the other 2. So one's going to be third, and the other
second runner-up, the first runner-up, and then the winner. But I think they've tweaked it. I've noticed that they've tweaked it a little bit. What's this one look like? Yair and Pitbull. Oh, that's prelims. Ige and Woodson, Jan Jonan and Verna Jandarova, Jim Miller and Chase Hoover. That's a great prelim.
That's better than some main cards of some of the cards we've been getting.
Yeah, so what's the main card? Did he flash it yet? We know it's Volk and Lopez, Pimlet and Chandler. Jeff Neal, I think, is fighting Carlos Prates. Oh boy, I can't do it off memory. Do you know how it goes?
No, they didn't put it up.
Oh, Yair and Pitbull is on the. Hold on. How's this look?
They're showing Poetan right now walking into the arena.
Bryce Mitchell and Jean Silva. Nikita Koloff and Dominic Reyes. Darren Elkins and Julian Arosa. Trajan Gore and Marco Tullio. Nora Cornell. Haley Cowan. Sujmari versus Mitch Raposo. I would say it goes Volk, Lopez, Chandler, Pimblett, Mitchell, John Silva, Rodriguez and Pitbull, Jeff Neal and Prates, I think is. We'll see. Still solid though.
There should be a fun one. Oh, we got to make a pick for this now.
Who do you like?
Is it on you? No, yeah, it is on me. I'm gonna go Bahamondes. I like Jalen Turner, but you just never know which one's gonna show up. And Bahamondes, I think, is pretty solid. He is minus 140. It actually went down. Jalen Turner is now plus 115.
I think I'm going to go with Turner, man. I'm going to make a little bet on him.
Yeah?
But I'll support your play, Bahamondes here.
You have no choice. Turner's fun. I like interviewing him.
Yeah, I think I already had Turner in a play. That's why.
Oh.
That play must have lost. So I'm starting from scratch. I have no plays as of right now. How's Baylor doing? I heard them on the money line was a good play.
I don't know.
Ooh, they're winning too over number 3 Houston. That'd be ballsy, man. Okay, guys, there's not many fights left. I've had a good day, so I'm just going to be really conservative here. I'm going to go Turner, Gaethje, and I'm going to leave it open. I can't decide yet on the main event. The odds keep moving around.
That Gaethje fight's scaring me a little bit. I don't get that line.
You don't get what line?
The Gaethje line.
Me neither, man. You know, Fiziev fought well until the end, but he wasn't like a fish out of water. And he had to travel across the world on 10 days' notice. But he lost that fight. Gaethje's had a full camp. Gaethje's coming off a vicious KO 11 months ago. Fiziev hasn't fought in like, I think it was 16 months or 18 months. Like, there's a lot of different little factors with each guy. But, oh, man. You know, a lot of them, I feel like they might cancel each other. Like, there's the whole thing with Alex Pereira. He's been flying around the world. You know, not sitting at home, focusing on Ankalaev. And then Ankalaev's had Ramadan, right? Even though he took this week off. So there's all these little factors of what might trip them up. But something about 10 days notice, I don't know, Goze. I think I'd rather go with a well-prepared Justin Gaethje who's already won the first time.
I don't know. I think I'm smelling upset a little bit. Well, I guess technically not upset. I just don't think you go through what Justin Gaethje went through and come back the same guy.
The Chilean is now in the octagon. He's like 6'3", man, big guy. And he fights out of the same camp as Belal Muhammad. Belal Muhammad is in his corner. He's talking to him right now. So he's a Chicago guy right now. But again, originally from Chile. 16-5 overall. Turner's a big guy too. I think he's 6'3".
Yeah.
Along with Daniel Del Hoover, those are the tallest lightweights out there. Because Sean Woodson, I think, might be 6'4", but I think he's a he's a featherweight. He's pretty tall too. Corey Hill, remember him? He was like 6'5". Passed away about 15 years ago.
Has it been that long?
Maybe 10. What did he pass away from?
I thought a heart thing.
Yeah, he was on the season of Nate Diaz for The Ultimate Fighter. He passed away May 15th, 2015.
Damn.
Age 36. He died after suffering from sudden pneumonia. Wow. Sad. He was a nice guy. He also got his leg cracked. Remember that?
Yeah.
What was that? Dale Hart.
No?
Yeah. They have him listed here at 6'4". All right. I'm going with the tarantula here.
I'll be on the other side of that one. We might be on opposite sides the rest of the night.
I like Alex. You like Ankalaev?
Yeah.
There's the surgeon that put my leg together in the blue suit, blue jacket. He told my family, okay, taking him away. Well, not him, but or maybe, I don't know. He'll be back in 45. How long was I undergo? 3.5 hours?
Something like that, yeah.
And no, my family didn't head to the chapel to say some prayers for me. They went to In-N-Out. Enjoyed a nice meal while I was getting cut up.
I don't even. Maybe one person did.
Yeah, I came out 3.5 hours later, and it seemed like the movie The Game goes. Lights were flickering off, and
half of the people left already.
Yeah, you could just tell people were like, "Man, this was only supposed to be 45 minutes. I'm late," and They're like, "How you feeling, sir? Here's a Coke. Here's some crackers," and they're just moving the chair around. The lady's helping me put on my boxers, and next thing you know, it just shoved me through the door. The coach of that team, Mike Valley Flag, I believe is his name. He was coach of the year for MMA Junkie. He also had a hand in Juliana Pena's successful title win, and of course, Bilal Muhammad, who I just named. The Tarantulas also out of Fontana, California.
The mean streets of Fontana. That DMV did not play, dude.
What do you mean?
Just every character that walked into that DMV looked like they could mess you up.
Yeah, a little bit. That is Bert Kreischer. All right, inside leg kick to start things off from Ignacio Bahamondes with the red tights. Jalen Turner with the black trunks. Another inside leg kick by Bahamondes.
This is like two praying mantises fighting.
Yeah. James Vick was a big guy too back in the day.
Oh yeah.
He was about 6'3".
Bahamondes went up high with a kick. It was
I heard a slapping sound too.
Returner.
Oh, kick to the body by Turner. Right in the liver too. And it looked like Bahamondes initiated a takedown or wanted to grapple, but it was Turner who just got him down very easily on top, and he's already landed one nice strike. He's in a half guard, but now Bahamondes regains the full guard. 4 minutes left here in round one. Turner on top, in the middle of the octagon. Not the middle, but closer to the middle than the cage. Bahamondes opens up his guard, has, I was just about to say 1 foot on his thigh, but he went back to closing his guard. Turner lands an elbow, doesn't get all the effect.
Nice inside elbow from Bahamondes.
Uh-oh. Turner had his arm around Bahamondes' neck. A lot of times when they want to initiate that head and arm, they go that route. It's just Mike Valley. I don't know why I said Mike Valley Flag. I must have been thinking of Isaac Valley Flag. Mm-hmm. Bahamondes throwing his legs up like he wanted to maybe search for an arm bar. Now he's throwing elbows from the bottom, and those look like they're landing. Some real
those are the kind that'll cut you.
Uh-huh. Turner still on top with 257, 56, 55 left in round one. In full guard, open guard now. Bahamondes puts his legs up. Nothing comes out of it. Turner's still okay. Now his head's almost stuck in a triangle here. And the arm a little bit. Okay, now Bahamondes might have a shot here. He's got to lock it in with his foot.
He got it.
Oh, he tapped him. Wow. Great call by Goze. Congratulations to Ignacio Bahamondes. First round submission.
George, so the level of mixed martial arts throughout the years has gotten so much better that we don't really see these submissions that often anymore. Arm bars, triangles.
And it didn't look like he had the full head in there. Like it looked like he was more towards pulling it out and being safe than remaining in there.
You know, I'm kind of surprised a little bit. It took him a while to kind of cinch that up. I don't know how Turner didn't know that was coming.
So, see what's going on here. Okay, there he is. He knows what's happening. He's either leaving two arms in or one. Okay, now he's got one arm in. But right there, see how the head almost looked like it was more pulled out?
Mm-hmm. Right here, he starts to cinch it in. Right there.
And that's more head, right, than arm. Okay.
He's got
Yeah.
his leg, everything. Like, that was great.
Yeah. I was busy looking between arm, meaning arm bar, and triangle. And next thing you know, there was just a subtle top. There goes Bilal Muhammad going nuts for his guy. Well, that's cool. That was quick. It's a finish. There's no arguing there. There's no jokes about judges, no controversy, no MMA decisions, nothing.
2 fights going really quick tonight.
But even this one was so quick that I don't know that it really lifted us. You know, we really were in a tailspin after that Lucindo Lemos fight.
Mm-hmm.
So we got a little bit of a lift here. I don't see how the highlight and Fiziev aren't going to deliver, and then we get our main event. So now my grade for this event is back to a B-. Bahamondes just pulled it up from the C level. I wish I could have seen more, but the job got done.
That first fight of the night, to me, bonuses are there. You got to give Ruffy a bonus, right, for his KO.
Yeah.
There's still some money to be made out there.
Let's look.
Is Rogan in there?
Oh, yeah. He better be.
Yeah, that was a message they sent in the last fight.
Okay. Let's look at this card while Joe Rogan talks to Ignacio Bahamondes. Ozzy Diaz had the possible fight of the night against Jordan Ribeiro. And then Myron Santos and Francis Marshall. Nope. Carlos Leal beat Alex Morono. That was a pretty vicious finish, Goze. If they go 4 performances of the night, he might have a shot.
Yeah.
Then we had Ferreira, triangle armbar of Petrosyan. Van went to a decision win. Ruffy's got to have one. Lemos and Lucindo, no way. If you go 4 performances of the night, Bahamondes, Ruffy, Ferreira, and Leal. If Diaz and Ribeiro dos Santos share the fight of the night, then for sure Ruffy, and I would say, man, this one over Ferreira's, but Leal's finish over Morono was really nice. I mean, he was mixing it up, body, head, like he left them standing there.
Mm-hmm.
Then we still got 2 fights left, but I think the only one that's locked it up Goze is Ruffy.
For sure. If I were him, I would have no problem being on Amazon right now buying shit.
Jalen Turner's going to retire? Daniel LaRusso's going to fight? Jalen Turner's going to retire? Why is Turner going to retire?
I don't know.
Seems emotional. Like an emotional decision. He's 29. He's lost 4 of 5. He only beat Bobby Green. But before that, he won 5 in a row, man. I don't know.
Pitbull.
And Yair? Diego Lopez? I mean, he hasn't lost to bums. Moicano, Hooker, Gamrot. The Moicano fight was a battle. I hope he doesn't retire, but that's what they were saying on the broadcast.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna check Twitter to see if people are talking about. They said his corner was trying to talk him out of it.
All right, so I'll keep going here. Josh Dober in the chat says, "Take time, move up." Can't hate on that. I would give that a try.
Yeah. If that's part of the battle is you're drained on fight week because of the weight cut, then you saw Michael Chiesa. He
Fill
didn't
out
have
your
the
ring.
greatest run ever at welterweight, but I mean, he extended his career and definitely just seemed like a happier individual.
All right, you're not gonna like this, George, but I got a feeling. I'm gonna go with Fiziev minus 150. I know you're on the other side. I got a feeling though.
Celtics beat the Lakers, by the way.
Mm.
LeBron went out with a groin injury. Still had 22 points, 14 rebounds, and 9 assists. There's some players that never get a triple-double, and this guy and Luka Doncic get like 2 a week or close to. Well, you know, I have to respect it. You're gonna go with Fiziev over Gaethje. Tell me why.
I just don't think Gaethje is the same dude anymore. And I think that last knockout was the building blocks of might be time to go. It was brutal. It was really, really bad.
It wasn't the hardest shot. It was more about I remember watching it a few times, but it wasn't. I think he was just tired and just boop, did a nice clip. But you know, some concussions come in the weirdest fashion. He took 11 months off, and he's very cerebral in his approach. At one point, he said he wanted to fight 5 more times, and that's it. Lately, I heard him say, "I have room for 2 more posters on my wall." So I don't know if that means he has 2 left or what. He did say he was going to revert to WSOF, Justin Gaethje. I don't know if that's a good thing.
I don't like that.
Yeah.
But revert to leg kicks and attempt takedowns.
I think I'm yeah, I like Gaethje. I already bet Gaethje. But officially for the show, we'll go with your pick. Oh, wait, this one's going to lose because it had Turner into it. I don't want to give back all my winnings. I had a really nice day today.
Just chill and enjoy the last 2. We're at the co-main event of the night. 2 more fights, guys. You know, we've had quite a few fights end quickly tonight, but for some reason it feels like a long night. Who was the fight? I think it was Justin Gaethje, where we had them both in the studio and somebody joked around like, "Hey, let's take a picture of you guys facing off," because they were in completely different organizations and then they ended up fighting.
I don't remember that.
Was it Justin Gaethje or was it Frankie Edgar?
I don't know. And they ended up fighting?
Yeah.
Huh.
Let me see if I can look it up.
Well, just look up Gaethje and everyone he's fought. Here, I'll look it up. I got this open. And then you tell me if that person was in there taking the picture with us. Ready?
I'm gonna look up Frankie Edgar because I think it might have been him.
Instead of Justin Gaethje.
Think so.
So he was with the WSOF at the time?
Possibly. I know it was two people in two different organizations. And we had a listener in studio, and I remember they said, like, hey, wouldn't it be fun to make him do a face-off? And
Man, he made it to 18-0 when he beat Michael Johnson. Then he lost to Eddie Alvarez and Dustin Poirier back-to-back. The Eddie Alvarez fight, we were on a military morale visit, and I remember that card vividly. It was great. I'm pulling up the card right now. The prelims had Alex Oliveira and Yancy Medeiros, and I remember that was a nasty fight. It also had Paul Felder and Charles Oliveira. Paul Felder was about to get submitted, and he came back and won. Then after that, Charles Oliveira won 10 straight fights, including the UFC lightweight title. Alex Oliveira, the other cowboy, the Brazilian cowboy, his last fight was in the UFC in 2022. Since then, he's fought 7 times outside the UFC, mostly in Russia and Brazil. And it looks like he's gone 3-4. If anyone was curious, he left the UFC on a 4-fight losing streak, so the cut was warranted. Getting back to that UFC 218 card, the main card had Tisha Torres versus Michelle Watterson. Eddie Alvarez versus Justin Gaethje. That was a war. Henry Cejudo against Sergio Pettis. Francis Ngannou against Alistair Overeem. And Max Holloway versus Jose Aldo.
I think it was Justin Gaethje and Eddie Alvarez, George. And I think one was in World Series and the other one was in Bellator.
Okay, here's why that's possible. Because I remember Eddie Alvarez came to our studio. He was in the corner of somebody from the Black Zillions camp. Who was it?
Michael Johnson?
No. There was a WSOF in town, and I saw Eddie Alvarez there, and I got him to come to the studio. And I just can't remember who he was there. Like not a Mike Kyle. He was with AKA. You know, someone like the kickboxer, Tyron Spong or someone like that. But he was in town to support a WSOF guy.
Well, Spong did fight in Vegas.
In fact, I'm going to be an investigator. I'm going to go to Justin Gaethje, WSOF, Las Vegas, and see who else was on the card. All right, Justin Gaethje has been in the UFC since 2017. Prior to that, Colorado, New York City, Phoenix, Tampa. Oh, wow. It was one of the early UFCs. Well, it doesn't mean that Justin Gaethje was on the card. Berkman and Fitch, Carl and Tyson Steele, Jacob Volkman, Justin Gaethje. So now I got to look at World Series of Fighting. Nah, it's too much work. All right. I don't know.
I'm pretty sure it was that one.
That'd be a cool picture. I'd like to see it. Fiziev's in the prep point. Look, just because it was 10 days notice, he did make 155. He didn't ask for the weight allowance. I think Oliveira and Tsuruya were looking for a 5-pound weight allowance. So he must have been in some shape, right? But his best shape, that's the question. If in his best shape he couldn't be Gaethje, what makes us think that on 10 days notice, with a flight halfway across the world to get out of the way, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Gaethje, I believe, is 36 and Fiziev's 32. Let's see, they're going to have the tail of the tape here in just a second. All right, Fiziev's about to step into the octagon. He turns to the crowd. I like it. And now we'll see the tail of the tape. Oh, Gaethje's not in. Never mind. We need him to come in before we see the tail of the tape. Can you hear this song?
A little bit.
I don't like it when the song takes a while to get going.
As
Like,
long
it's
as it
gotta
times
come
with the
out of the
walk.
gate. It's got to drop, and then all of a sudden, people got to be rocking and rolling.
What about BJ Penn?
That's different. That
He
I
ain't
mean,
walking up to Enter Sandman.
no, I know, but his was kind of cool in its own way. Same with Fedor.
See, I actually like the reverse. I like it to hit when they walk through the curtain.
Yeah. I'm gonna mute my mic for a second so I can hear the song.
All right, Justin Gaethje's walking out to the cage with the American flag. I feel like we don't see that enough.
That's a really nice flag.
Yeah.
Don't let it touch the ground. Well, the song never dropped if it was supposed to. Former BMF and interim UFC lightweight champion, also a former WSOF champion with title defenses, by the way. A lot of people don't know this, but he has a twin brother. And I think he's got a sociology degree, Goze, right? Wants
I
to
don't
work
know.
with kids. Yeah, I was gonna say
That's
psychology. I think
something
it's a sociology degree out of Northern Colorado. He was an All-American. He stood on the podium. Top 8 fighter, stand on the podium. Doesn't use the wrestling. Likes to throw hands. Parents, I think the dad was a miner or something like that, right? Worked in the mines in Arizona.
Man, I've seen his family. They travel in a huge pack to his fights.
John Anik repeating the fact that his Fiziev is the favorite here. Slight, about minus 160. Gaethje comes back at about 130, 135. 36 years of age for Justin Gaethje, 33 for Fiziev. 5'11 for Gaethje, 5'8 for Fiziev. They both went in at 156. Fiziev enjoys a 1.5 inch reach advantage. He's at 71.5 inches. They have fought before. It was about 2 years ago. Justin Gaethje won. Fiziev also torn ACL that he came off on top of losing to Gaethje, and then he also lost after Justin Gaethje too. So he's kind of coming off 2 losses. The Gamrot, that's right. Mateus Gamrot.
In the chat room, Tango Tempa says, makes no sense for Gaethje to be the underdog, but we shall see. I am with you. I agree with that. But I look outside my window and I see these hotels in Vegas and they're up for a reason. I don't know, man. But yeah, on paper, none of it makes any sense at all. He should not be the favorite. Bruce Buffer's doing the introductions right now. We're about 2-3 minutes away from the fight actually happening. Is it just me or does Gaethje look a little bit anxious?
A little. Had
I
to be
think-
pretty humiliating the way the fight ended, the last one.
Yeah.
But he's so well respected. I don't think anyone's like, definitely clowning on him. All right, here we go, folks. Jason Herzog is the third man in the octagon. Fiziev's in the blue corner. He's fighting in the white tights. Justin Gaethje's in the red corner. He's fighting in the black trunks. Here we go. They do touch gloves. This is a 3-round co-main event. USA chant breaks out. Lazy leg kick thrown by Justin Gaethje misses.
I hope he does a lot of that. I hope he at least threatens with the takedown.
Been a while since we talked much about Gaethje's leg kicks.
Mhm.
They used to be pretty damaging. And they weren't the nicest technique, but he's just got big, thick legs. He just threw a nice one. It landed, but Fiziev used that momentum to push Gaethje down and is now on top of him in half guard. Gaethje gets up quickly.
Took a knee.
Does meet a knee, and now a knee to the body, but now he's up.
But
and that's he throws another right hand and knocks him down, but Gaethje rolls through it, and he's on top of Fiziev. No, he's not on top. Fiziev is on top, and he's got kind of like his legs wrapped around his head, like if he had a triangle position sitting on him.
It was those 2 leg kicks that did land were flush, dude. Right now, I don't. Go ahead.
You go ahead.
I was gonna say right now he should be throwing elbows right to those ribs, huh?
He's just sitting on his head, and I wonder what it would take to cinch up a triangle from where he's at. Okay, now Gaethje's out of it. 3:25 left. Again, in that scramble, he gets met with a knee to the forehead. Fiziev is really quick and sharp so far. I got to give him that credit. And I remember the first fight, how fast he was. But you got to go 15 minutes against Justin Gaethje. He does not break. I mean, even Max Holloway had to go what? Was that a 5-round fight or 3-round fight? I can't remember.
I think it
was at the very end. Yeah, it was 5. It was at the very end when he finally was able to knock him out.
Justin Gaethje's taken like 3 knees. Have you noticed in the clinch? Right to the same spot, right to that eye.
Yeah, good studying by Fiziev. And now there's 2:40 left here in round 1. Let's go. Gaethje busts out from the crowd. Overhand right thrown by Gaethje.
Is Gaethje no longer with the UFC? What's up with his gloves?
Oh, yeah. His gloves are just black, huh?
Mm-hmm.
I wonder what all that's about.
Like he's got weightlifting gloves on or something.
I wonder if they're in black and we just can't see them. 2:05 left here in round 1. Couple leg kicks landed by Fiziev. No big strikes have landed. Fiziev just threw a nice left hook to right uppercut and missed. They're kind of feeling each other out. Okay, now Gaethje lunges in with a jab. They lock up now. Now they're wrestling, standing up. It looks like
Nice knee.
underhook, and he uses that to get a knee in. Gaethje throws a nice uppercut. Fiziev again with a nice knee. I mean, it's fast. You could tell he lives in Thailand, that's for sure.
Yeah, 2 of them to the ribs.
And a nice kick to the ribs by Fiziev. Oh, now Gaethje. I brought up his wrestling. He's got no. It looked like he wanted to wrestle Fiziev to the ground. They're in the middle of the octagon, but he couldn't do it. But it looked like he had actually clasped his hands together around Fiziev. Now he's got underhooks, and he's got Fiziev pressed up against the cage. Fiziev doing a good job fighting with the wrist control. Gaethje does have 1 underhook. Now he has 2. Head position, very important. Fiziev gets out of it and now puts Gaethje against the fence. 50 seconds left here in round 1. They're slowly moving towards the center of the octagon. A nice kick to the body lands for Fiziev.
Not many jabs being thrown.
Overhand right. Excuse me?
Not many jabs being thrown in this fight.
Nope. I would think that Fiziev is winning the 10-9, although that was a nice overhand right by Gaethje. Fiziev ate it well.
Oh, Gaethje goes for a takedown.
He does, yeah. He reaches. You can't get it. Oh, he does land an uppercut and then a right. The right was really nice. He misses with a kick to the head. Fiziev kind of dismisses it like he saw it from left field. Then he throws a left hand that lands on Gaethje's face. And this round's over.
Fun round.
It's a Fiziev round, no?
Yeah, I think so. It should be 10-9 him. A little bit of damage on Fiziev's face, though.
Yeah.
Minor
well, he doesn't look like someone that's got coming off 10 days notice. So he must have been in real good shape. That's why he took it. Let's look at live betting, folks. They are telling Fiziev to stay and fight from the outside. Rafael Fiziev is minus 150, Justin Gaethje plus 100. So very similar to the odds of when the fight started. Now, we think Fiziev might have gotten the 10-9, but it could be that the odds makers think this fight just hasn't really changed much, aside from the fact that 5 minutes are in the books. I think if Gaethje had won the round, I think Gaethje would be a favorite. But the fact that Fiziev is less of a favorite than he won, it shows me that they may not be as sure. They don't want to take a chance and expose themselves. They high five here to start round 2. Here we go. Both guys with their hands up. It's Gaethje's the one that's pressing the action. Fiziev running around the warning track. Gaethje lunges in but misses. Back in the center of the octagon. Gaethje in the orthodox position. Fiziev now fighting as a southpaw. He switches though. He just switched back. Oh, a couple nice punches land for Gaethje.
Whose toe is that?
I can't tell.
It's Gaethje's. Gaethje's right toe has like a chunk missing, like the skin is hanging off.
Kick to the body lands for Fiziev.
Must have hit his
did he hit him in the nuts? Yeah. Jason Herzog calls timeout. Gaethje shakes it off like it's nothing. He's okay. He's going to go with it. Yeah, he got him, I think. Gaethje's definitely pressing action. But Fiziev's just faster, man. Oh, nice hooks land for Gaethje.
Yeah.
Nice leg kick there lands for Fiziev. 3:45 left here in round 2. Oh, two nice shots land for Fiziev. Gaethje had missed with a jab, and Fiziev ducked under and landed 2 nice shots to the body.
The speed is giving Gaethje a little bit of problems, I think.
Fiziev is slick. Oh, right hand lands for Gaethje.
Gaethje's got opportunities, man. I think he's timing that right hand.
Look like they both got some shots in, but Gaethje just landed some nice hooks. And it looks like some damage is wearing down Fiziev Goze.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
A
I think
couple of
Justin
those-
Gaethje's getting the timing down a little better in this round.
There's some phone book exchanges where they get real close to each other and boom, you can just hear them hitting each other hard. Kick to the body lands for Fiziev. Shot to the body with the hands lands for Fiziev. Neither one had too much on it. Of course, I'm not on the receiving end. My last 2 meals would have came out of me with either one of those kicks. Gaethje now landing a few punches, including an overhand right. The crowd's reacting. For some reason, Fiziev looked back and kind of wanted to stop the fight for a second. But Gaethje kept coming at him, which is what he's supposed to do. And I think Fiziev just wobbled Gaethje.
Yeah,
Gaethje comes back and throws an overhand right. Might have just wobbled Fiziev. Go ahead, Goze.
no, yeah, they just exchanged 2 good right hands.
All right,
a knife
Goze.
poke.
I went from a B- to a B, and I'm getting close to a B+. These guys are doing a great job. Fiziev lands a leg kick. We're at 155 left. There's a USA chant going on. Gaethje with a 1-2, an overhand right and a left hook. Gaethje's hooks, when they come in, they are real pinpoint. They're hitting him in the jaw.
Mm-hmm.
Fiziev eats him well, though.
Kind of slowing down a little bit here.
Yeah. And I'll tell you what, Goze, we're almost done with two rounds of fighting, but I think we got to give a hand to Fiziev, man. Oh, big knee by Fiziev. Gaethje just ate it, though. That one was one of the better ones.
Oh,
Big uppercut lands for Gaethje. Fiziev on the ground.
he's
The
dazed.
crowd erupts. Some ground and pound. Herzog's taking a look. 1 minute left.
Gage has got to keep going here. He had him hurt pretty bad.
He's working on a front choke, or maybe wants to get behind him. But Fiziev was trying to grab a single, but he is on all fours. Let's see what Gaethje does with it. He's got 47 seconds left here. The crowd's going nuts. Fiziev looks like he's aware of what he needs to do. He's trying to grab for a single, but he's also exposing his head. I think as long as he's not getting punched, he's happy. There goes Gaethje's uppercut that lands. Wow.
Yeah, he was getting a little reckless out there.
Fiziev is now back to his feet. Gaethje's got a hold of one of his legs. They disentangle, and they're standing in the middle of the octagon with 17 seconds left. Disengage, I meant to say. Oh, nice kick to the head by Fiziev. Gaethje blocked it, though, but some of it landed. Less than 10 seconds left. I didn't even hear the clap thing. Gaethje misses with a big kick to the head. End of the round.
Man, Gaethje's toe, dude. Oof.
1-1. And now Justin Gaethje's minus 1940 on live betting, and Fiziev's plus 605. And it's 1-1. That seems bizarre, although I can understand that he's going in with that momentum from the knockdown.
Yeah, I think it's 1-1, man. 1-1, but Gaethje's got momentum.
Okay, now the odds are settling. Justin Gaethje minus 1,005. Rafael Fiziev plus 445. Gaethje's breathing, catching his breath. Looks like he's okay. He's done the whole 5-round thing before. Lots of experience, and he's feeding off the crowd. The crowd is on their feet, including Miss America or Miss World or whatever that was. Fiziev's up on his feet. He's looking good. It's loud. I can barely hear Herzog. Southpaw position out of Fiziev. Orthodox out of Gaethje. Gaethje's in the center of the octagon.
I feel like a head kick is going to end this fight on either side.
And Gaethje keeps mixing up right hook, right hand, right uppercuts. He's throwing a lot of those. Oh, spinning wheel kick by Fiziev lands to the head. Not flush, but still, it looked nice, and he's so fast. Inside calf kick by Fiziev. It was nice. Remember, we said we don't talk about Gaethje's leg kicks that much, and I think he landed one in round 1, Goze, but he hasn't landed one since.
Yeah, he got away
Right
from
hand
it.
there. No, sorry, left hand there landed by Fiziev. Inside leg kick lands for Gaethje.
Gaethje keeps poking at his eye. His right eye, he keeps pawing at it. Oof.
See, I couldn't tell because of the camera, but it looked like Gaethje got a nice shot in.
Both of them did,
And Fiziev came back with nice shots. A nice left right now, and I know he hit him with a body kick, another body kick. And he's just unleashing, and Gaethje's letting him. Gaethje needs to answer him.
It's that Muay Thai, man.
So 1919's being flashed there on the screen. I don't think anyone can argue with that.
He went for that uppercut again, Gaethje did. Almost hit it.
Fiziev keeps going to the body. Gaethje goes to the head and misses. He actually was caught by Fiziev. Gaethje minus 300, Fiziev plus 170. Gaethje minus 255 now. Fiziev plus 160.
Every time they lock up like that, Gaethje unleashes that uppercut, and he's coming close every time.
255 left here in round 3. Kick to the body by Fiziev lands. Gaethje with some punches. This is close to going over. 15 more seconds and you hit your over.
For short notice, man, this is a great performance from Fiziev.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying. I think we got to give him his flowers, man, because we're all like, we saw this before. 10 days notice. What's he going to have coming off ACL? I mean, most of that's what I said too. But he's fought, bro, and he looks slick. Hopefully his stock doesn't drop much should he lose. Gaethje minus 370, Fiziev plus 225 on live betting. I still think this round can go in either direction. And whoever wins this round is going to win the fight, unless there's a finish. Gaethje just threw a nice kick to the head. It looked like he caught the back of it. Now Gaethje's got Fiziev pressed up against the cage with 155 left here in round 3. Oh, good uppercuts by Gaethje. Oh, Gaethje slips. Sorry. That was scary. Looked like he lost his footing. Overhand right lands for Gaethje. Right hand lands for Gaethje. A minute 30 left here, left in round 3. Gaethje still with those uppercuts, man. They're nice. He throws them well. Fiziev needs distance, and that's what one of his coaches kept saying. You got to create the distance. The inside fighting is not where they wanted him.
Yeah. That's where he's taking the most punishment.
Yeah.
And he's lost a little bit of the speed, too, you know, that he had in the earlier rounds.
Just over a minute left here in round 3. Gaethje still leading with uppercuts or throwing them in the phone booth, but he's landing them. Now they're up against the cage.
He actually went for a takedown there.
Fiziev's got his back to the cage with 48, 47, 46, 45 seconds left. Gaethje still pressing him, putting his head, his forehead in Fiziev's face. Fiziev doesn't know what to do. Sneaking in an elbow. Fiziev sneaks in a knee to the body. Now they break away. In the third round, it's 32-31, significant strikes. Really, really close. Oh, head kick there lands for Gaethje. Another uppercut. Fiziev's definitely hurt now. 10 seconds left. Can Gaethje finish him? Yeah, I thought Gaethje just pointed to the ground. Oh, nice knee for Fiziev. This fight's going to end. It's over.
Wow.
There wasn't that emphatic Gaethje Holloway moment, but they did mix it up. And a lot of respect again. 10 days notice, man. Give me a break. And Gaethje's chin held up goes. So go ahead.
He ran out of gas at the end, I think.
Yeah. Holy cow, he's a nice striker to watch, though, isn't he, Fiziev?
Yeah. I think he's going to be upset when he goes back and watches it, because you were right. When they would get up close is when he would take the most damage from Gaethje. He was having more success on the outside. It's a good fight, though. That uppercut, though, man. I'm surprised that head kick that Gaethje landed didn't open him up. I mean, it was shin right to the forehead. Bonus?
It's up there, man. Edgar Fuentes in the chat room says, can't buy the pay-per-view, ESPN sucks. And I heard that complaint a few times today.
Really?
I heard some people went through Hulu. I don't know. I didn't know how that was an option. And I don't know if somebody wants to do it for one fight because the main event's going to start in about 15 minutes. But yeah, I did hear that complaint a little bit.
Oh, that sucks, man.
And I don't want to pile on to anyone that's going through that. But what I've heard in the past is actually Goze said it. Get it early. Get it the day before or Saturday morning and just don't worry about it. Because I remember this started in the ESPN era when they first started with ESPN. There was this type of problems.
I had the problem one time where they said that we didn't order it, and I even took the picture of it and everything. ESPN feels I feel like they could just make tiny tweaks, man, and it would make everything so much better.
Anybody that's watching, if you can hit the like button, the thumbs up, that would be awesome. We'd greatly appreciate it. And please kindly consider subscribing to the channel. We have so much content, pre-fight, post-fight, during fight week. As you can see right now, during the fights, especially for the pay-per-views, but we catch up with all of the fighters. It goes from 1 week to the next, but we have a great team. And like I say, if you want great coverage of mixed martial arts, MMA Junkie's your ticket. So again, if you can hit the like button, that'd be great. I've even heard some people say, hit the dislike if you didn't like it. Maybe even that's better than nothing. Go ahead and hit the dislike if you didn't like it. But come on, the like's right next to it. Just hit the like. Okay, now did this get him a title shot if Tsuruya, Topuria, and Oliveira can't go for whatever reason, or he probably still needs one more, right?
I would think so.
Fight Tsuruya.
It's good to see him get his mojo back a little bit,
Mm-hmm.
He went through one of the roughest situations you can think of.
Dude, that guy knows how to write shows, is all I got to say.
I don't know. If it says like executive producer or whatever, you got to watch it.
Yeah. Landman, the Lioness, is that what it's called?
Mm-hmm.
Landman, Lioness, Yellowstone, 1923, 1883, and what's the other one I'm missing? Tulsa, King of Tulsa, Mayor of Kingstown?
Yeah.
Jeez. He must just have a team. And then he says, this is how I want you to write. And then they just go, all right, here we go. And then he spends a day going, yeah, that's it. Go with it. There's no way he can be actually writing everything. And I like that he mixes in old school actors, gives them a second chance at it all. He gives you some new blood. Like, I'm a big Zoe Saldana fan. But he brought back Demi Moore, Billy Bob Thornton, Sylvester Stallone, a bunch of people, man. Dude from the Wonder Years, whatever his name is.
Wait, does Tulsa King too?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Oh, and get this. He acts in some of them.
Yeah.
Seems to be a pretty good actor. All right, so Gaethje hits.
No, well, it hits for you.
Yeah.
All right, so you get the main event.
All right, Chad. Who should I go with? Alex Pereira? That's who I want. And if they stand, that's who's going to win. But Ankalaev's a good grappler, man. And Pereira years ago was a terrible grappler. It's just that no one's really tested him there, so we don't know if he's improved. I'm sure he has, because I'm sure he's been training because he knows it's a hole. And that was like 4 years ago. Izzy, Bohovich. They say when you become champ, you become 30% better just because of the confidence you get. Who knows if that's true? But like I say, that was years ago when he was struggling on the ground. And you know he had to like have been building towards this fight, getting good wrestlers to come in and test him. I'm just going to go with Pereira, man.
All right. Then you get him at minus 125.
You don't like the pick, huh?
No, I mean, I don't hate you for it. I just think if Ankalaev comes out and he wrestles, he should win this. I don't want to say no problem, but he should dominate in that aspect. If he messes around, tries to strike with him, I think it's bad news. He's never going to get this shot ever again. The UFC will never put this fight together again. So don't dick around.
I couldn't believe when Vanessa Demopoulos told us, I don't really pay attention to walkouts. I can't name one. And I was like, what? Not even one?
Nah, she said her brain doesn't work that way. She can't remember them.
Oh.
Do you remember that in her last fight, the glove pull?
The glove, yeah, against Jacqueline Marine, I think. Yeah, it sucked. But I knew that once the fight's over, the appeal process is it's just something with now them having replay and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Ankalaev on purpose did not wrestle in his last fight. He wanted to prove a point. If he's stubborn enough to do it then, would he do it now? Who knows? This is arguably the best striker he'll ever face. Maybe he'll see how the fight goes, but does he wait too long and then get clipped? Or does it do it from minute one? And if he does, what if Pereira thwarts it? What if he gets up real fast? You know, that might melt Ankalaev's brain.
It's the biggest moment of his career. I would just think if tomorrow he woke up and watched him getting knocked out and not wrestled one bit, it would be a huge regret. If you're going to try out for American Idol, you don't go out there and sing happy birthday, right? You go and you sing your best song, whatever. You got one shot to get in there. This dude's got to use every tool in his book. He's got to do it early. He's got to dictate the pace. Pereira's getting better every fight, man. But even if he immersed himself in grappling for the last 3 years, probably still can't catch up to some of these dudes that have been doing it their entire lives. But you know one thing about Pereira, I can't think of a high-level athlete other than like Michael Jordan, maybe Usain Bolt. I mean, doesn't it just like pressure does not get to him one bit?
To who?
To Pereira.
Yeah, he's slick.
I've never seen him panic ever.
And honestly, before Izzy iced him, he was on his way to icing Izzy. And then Izzy came around and went, boom. Studied him well.
Joe Montana never lost his cool. Tango Tampa says, I think Ankalaev's grappling is going to be too much as long as he can stay away from that left hook. I agree with that. Chili Billy says, Lawman Bass Reeves. I have seen a couple episodes of that. It's not bad. That's another show he does, George.
What show?
Lawman Bass Reeves.
What does that mean?
It's like a westernish show.
Oh. Okay, Ankalaev's walking out to the octagon. If you all could tweet or share our posts that you may have seen throughout the night, that'd be great. And again, the like button. Wouldn't hate you for that one either. In fact, a lot of people hit the like button since I said that. So thank you. He's done 8 camps at Extreme Couture. We've seen him a lot. And he's a big boy. Because he probably walks around 240. So it's like seeing a heavyweight walk around the gym. But he's got that obviously intimidating nose and intimidating face, just been beat up, you know? Like you could just tell that's a fighter. Beard, everything, the look.
Mm-hmm.
I remember one time though, somebody asked him about training with the heavyweights. He says he doesn't like to do it. Like he, I think, has a respect for that power, you know, that the bigger guys hold. Because the bigger guys obviously weigh more. You might make 265, but you may walk around at 290. And I thought, man, that's pretty noble of him to say that, considering how big he is.
True.
Doesn't that nose look like it's been broken like 8 times between wrestling and MMA? A lot of those guys have, like Randy too, man. Their foreheads are weathered and the nose has been broken.
Mm-hmm.
Just like the hockey players and their teeth. With the fighters, it's their noses and their ears. Here we go. One of the best walkouts in the game. Okay. Daryl Alexander says, reading the chats confirms that I'm not the only one experiencing technical difficulties. They definitely dropped the ball on this one. I want to see. Oh, man, Daryl. Thank you for the super chat, for one.
It's not talking about us, right? It's talking about ESPN?
Yes.
Oh, it sucks, man.
Yeah, dude. I've been through it before. So thank you for the super chat, and it sucks that you're going through this. But yeah, there have been difficulties out there. I saw the guys from Fighting as well struggling to get in there, and that's when I saw the solution was Hulu. Again, if you got $70-$80 to toss right now, you could maybe do it there, but you only have 1 fight left. We'll do our best to convey what's happening in real time here. Okay, here comes Alex doing his strut, and then he'll slow things down right now.
You see how I have the gloves back here? I had thought about doing the custom fight trunks, but those model things cost a lot, man.
Here comes Alex. Why don't more fighters have that type of originality, Goze?
I don't know. But there's something about it. Like, you just feel like he's the only one that could pull that one off. Then there's guys like, remember when Tyson would just walk out with the white towel? And just, I don't know, man. He looked like such a menace walking out to the ring. Fedor with his stuff. Then you got guys like Akiyama that do almost the complete reverse.
All right, so Alex Pereira's in the prep point. Some props to watch. Pereira by TKO, 150. Ankalaev by TKO, 350 plus. Sorry. What are the odds here at the end? Let me see if I can get you some final odds. Alex Pereira minus 125. Magomed Ankalaev minus 105. The over-under is 2.5 rounds. But remember, folks, this is a 5-round fight. This will be Alex Pereira's 4th title defense should he be successful, and he would join Chuck Liddell. I think technically Frank Shamrock's lumped in with light heavyweights because back then it was over 200, under 200, and then they went through the whole 170 to 200, and then 200 on up, and then below 170, and so those these different eras. Frank Shamrock, I think, was mostly known as a middleweight, and so we've treated him that way. But he might be technically a light heavyweight champion too. I mean, he fought Tito Ortiz at 200, not at 205, and he beat him. In fact, I think Frank Shamrock might have had all of his action in 1 year too. It was crazy, man. He would tie Chuck Liddell, and he'd be one behind Tito Ortiz. And I believe Daniel Cormier had 2, and Randy Couture had 2 title defenses as well. So he's getting up there, and this would be his toughest opponent. And he's already beat a couple people. We call it laughing him. He's already beat a couple people. So he's building the case for maybe moving up yet again, even though he came from middleweight.
Mm-hmm. This is definitely his toughest test, though.
Yeah.
If you look at those guys from that era, though, guys like Tito and Chuck, like Randy, the guys that they had to fight, man, it was just one killer after another. I mean, just look at the names, right? They're all going to be in the Hall of Fame if they're not already. You add in your Vitor Belforts, right? Your Rampage Jacksons. And then on your nights off, you got like a Forrest Griffin or someone like that, or Rashad Evans. Like, those guys were tough too, you know, like Baleo Machida. That's the problem I think here with this guy is he just hasn't had that, but he's buzzsawed through the guys that he has.
One other thing, I know that Daniel Cormier has 3 title defenses, but 1 was a heavyweight and 2 were at light heavyweight. But he did do that, which is respectable. I also count Dominic Cruz as having 5 title defenses because I count the 2 at the WEC.
I think that's fair.
And poor Jose Aldo's listed as having 7, but he had 2 in the WEC and 7 in the UFC. Had 9, man. Now, had the UFC had bantamweight and featherweight, then I'd back off, but they didn't. And it was widely known that this were the best bantamweights and featherweights. And then once the UFC absorbed them, I don't know. Because I think, here's another thing. I think the UFC bought the WEC, but let the WEC run as itself. You see what I'm saying? Then they just said, all right, just come on over with us. You're all with us. Magomed Ankalaev being introduced. Both Magomed Ankalaev and Alex Pereira. I sound like a hater, but they both seem a little less lean than usual.
Think so?
Yeah, either that or they rehydrated well.
Ankalaev at time looks like he could be 22 years old or 52. I guess I see a little bit what you mean. Not too bad though. We're about a minute away here, guys. Now, you won't be able to see this on camera, but I imagine Dana White, Hunter Campbell, they're rubbing a rabbit's foot under a table somewhere, right?
Yeah, quite possibly, man.
I mean, this is the cash cow right now with Conor McGregor not fighting. Touch of gloves.
What about John Jones? Well, what about him? He's awesome, the GOAT. But John Jones has like 11 light heavyweight title defenses and I think 2 at heavyweight or something like that. Or 1 at heavyweight.
Well, yeah.
So
all right, here we go.
Yeah, here we go. All right, Alex Pereira out of the red corner with the very colorful tights. Magomed Ankalaev, he's got red trunks and he's out of the blue corner. It's Pereira that's stalking. He's got Ankalaev against the fence a little bit right now. 2 big dudes, man, big, tall dudes. Pereira, nice leg kick on the outside of the leg. And he's in the orthodox position. Ankalaev's fighting southpaw. Now Ankalaev's on the center of the octagon. He takes another kick to the calf. So far, not even a threat to wrestling yet. 4:20 left here in round 1. Pereira with another outside calf kick. Pereira being very selective with what he wants to do, not rushing in anything, fine, making sure he also doesn't get taken down. Another outside leg kick by Pereira. That's 4, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
And you're starting to see the calf's got a little bit of color on it. That's 5, by the way. While I was telling you it was 4, he kicked him again.
You can't give those freebies. You can't. You got to do something.
Okay, still no punches thrown. Pereira kind of threw one to the body that missed, just like a feeler. Another calf kick lands for Pereira. Magomed does lunge at him. No punches are landed. Nice kick to the thigh by Magomed. Both of them are outside lead kicks, so they're not getting the full windup, by the way. But still, you can see a nice bruise on the calf shin of Magomed because it's part calf, part shin, but it's starting to really get dark. You see that, Goze?
Mm-hmm.
And there's another one for Pereira, and Magomed Ankalaev answers back. Pereira switching stances a little bit.
I think
2:45 left in round 1. Go ahead, Goze.
It's giving him too much respect. I think he needs to get in there and do something because you can't let this guy get your timing down like that. He'll make you pay.
Yeah, everything Ankalaev's done is feel outs, like lazy kicks, push kicks, but he's not really throwing with full, except for that kick to the head, which Pereira blocked. But everything's just like touching, feeling, gauging distance. And maybe all that's to set up a takedown. Who knows? And there's 2:10 left here in round 1. Only damage is that leg. Another outside kick for Magomed. Nothing much on it, though. So this is going to be a lazy 10-9 for someone, and probably Ferreira will get it because it seems like his leg kicks have been the biggest deal here so far. With 150 left here in round one, their lead hands just keep touching, as you see in most cases with an orthodox and a southpaw. Kick to the head blocked by Magomed, and Ferreira's the one that threw it. Spinning kick thrown by Ferreira. It looked nice, but it missed. But then he landed another one on the calf. So it looks like, Ferreira's kind of like opening up a little bit his offense. But again, nothing looks like with the commitment of really causing any damage. They got a lot of distance between themselves.
Pereira looks like he's not even remotely concerned with Ankalaev striking. And it comes from so far out, too, 1 minute left. Still no wrestling attempts here from Ankalaev.
Yeah, and someone's going to give away a 10-9, man. They're going to regret it at the end if this goes to a decision. Now, Ferreira's starting to open up a little bit more. Like he's starting to feel a little bit more comfortable, but he's very upright, very takedownable, if that's a word. But again, Ankalaev hasn't even thought about anything. And what's the point of getting him in the last 30 seconds if he does? Remember, you got to do something with the takedown. And if you did, is it enough to overrule the little that Ferreira has piled up in terms of damage?
There it goes.
There it is. Dude, this isn't like the 2000s. That late takedown doesn't solidify the round, bro. And he didn't get it anyway.
All those leg kicks that he's been taking, all those calf kicks, like you're going to lose your explosion after a while.
And he didn't get it anyway. 5 seconds left. They're up against the cage. Failed takedown attempt by Ankalaev. 10-9 for Ferreira. And Ankalaev, is he gingerly walking, Goze?
A little bit, yeah.
Boy, I don't like his game plan at all. Don't let him kick your front leg, the coach is telling him. Meet him with your own kicks. He's much slower than you. Everything's working for you. I don't know about that.
I think if you're in Pereira's camp, you're happy with what you've seen so far.
Oh, yeah. Let's see what the live betting says. Ferreira looks like he's sitting there with confidence. He liked how that round went. And I think a lot of it had to do with stuffing that takedown, not letting him do anything with it. But that said, Magomed Ankalaev minus 155, Alex Pereira plus 105. We think 10-9. Let's see what some of the media scores are flashed. John Anik said a noticeable limp for the challenger already.
See a little bit more urgency in Ankalaev now.
Yes, he's already come out, taking control of the center of the octagon. Couple kicks, couple punches to the body. Not much on him again. It could be that he, at the same time, just doesn't want to walk into one of these heavy hands that Ferreira lands, or throws, I should say.
But you see,
now Ferreira's starting to push him back a little bit. Here we go with some scores, and then I'll come back to you. Ferreira 10-9, according to Adam Martin. Leg kicks should have been expected, Billy Goff says. Any other scores? These are some big boys throwing leather. Brian Ortega. I want to see scores. All right, go ahead, Goze.
I was just going to say that the flinching on Ankalaev is coming from those kicks, so he's not able to get his game off because now he's reacting too much to what Pereira's doing. He threw a nice body kick, a second one right now, but that's just not going to do anything. It's not enough.
Nice kick to the head by Ferreira. And Ankalaev comes back one to the body. It didn't look like Ferreira's really got through. I mean, it was to the head, and it looked like it got blocked, but
it's like blocking a baseball bat, though, right?
Yeah. But Ankalaev doesn't look shaken up or nothing, and they keep exchanging leg kicks. DC saying Ferreira's got some redness behind his leg. It's more on the back of the thigh, though, so like the hamstring. Whereas the one that made Ankalaev limp, the one that seems to be a more cause of concern, is Ankalaev's right leg around the shin and calf. And there's 3:10 left here in round 2. Ankalaev's live betting still goes up. It's up -165. Pereira at +110. They're in the center of the octagon with 3 minutes left here in round 2.
That's where he needs to shoot, right here. Close that distance and shoot.
Right hand lands there for Ankalaev. Mark Goddard, by the way, if we didn't say it, is the third man in the octagon. One of the best in the business. Another calf kick lands for Pereira in that trouble spot. Another one lands. Ankalaev lands a body shot. Halfway through round 2. Well, not yet. 231, 230. Okay. The over-under here is at 2.5 rounds, so it'll be halfway through round 3. Still got time. We bet the under. But this looks like the type of fight that might go over. Neither guy is really fully committed to ending the fight. They're touching, but another kick to the head by Pereira.
Ooh, nice.
Ankalaev answers with some punches.
I think he stunned him a little bit, George.
Yeah, Pereira kind of backed up like he was a little dinged up. The challenger landing another nice right hook.
Another nice right hand.
They threw some nice shots, but Ankalaev's getting the best of them right now.
Yeah, he's landing good shots. Another good left hand.
Now, neither guy's wobbled, but Ankalaev's definitely landing better shots. He's on his way to winning this round so far. And there's 1:25 left here in round 2.
He's winning it with the striking, and that's something that Pereira you can't afford to do that. You can't let that happen.
And that's just as big of a message as for Pereira stopping the takedown.
Right. Pereira's setting something up here.
I'll tell you what I am seeing, Goze. I'm seeing a John Jones get more confident.
Oh, yeah.
Like, Pereira doesn't look great right now.
He tends to follow that Floyd Mayweather blueprint. You know, when you start to see somebody falter a little bit, that's when you strike.
Yeah, I would fight Pereira easily over Aspinall. Aspinall's been destructive in his fights. Pereira right now doesn't look destructive. Remember, Pereira was down 2-1 to Khalil Roundtree going into round 4, and then he ended it. So he's a pretty clutch fighter. He figures out ways to win, but it's not like he doesn't drop rounds. And I think Pereira gave a round away.
Whoa!
Oh, and he just got staggered.
He landed a good left hook.
Won't be enough time, but he hurt him. Ankalaev hurt Pereira. Pereira's shaking his head, like acknowledging it. So that solidified it.
His legs gave out. Excuse me, and he was holding on to the cage a little bit there. I think he's a little dazed. Man, he had
a nice left hand, yeah. The fence prevented him from falling down.
John Jones is salivating right now, dude.
Yep. Because I think he thinks he can probably take him down, submit him, or just kickbox with him. That's how uninspiring Pereira looks tonight, honestly. Pereira's yet to really get going. Maybe DC was right. You're flying around all over the world and you're not really set in a camp, focusing. Right now, Ankalaev is -370, Pereira +220. Round 3 is underway here. They're both in the center of the octagon, both trying to get that outside foot. It looks like Ankalaev is winning that little mini battle. Ankalaev is just touching right now. He's tried a linear kick, a leg kick, some punches. Let's see if Pereira set something up like Goze said. But he has a lot of periods of inactivity. And he seems like he's got his hands up there, but he's stiff. Okay, there's a nice leg kick by Pereira.
Mark Goddard couldn't be further away from the action if he tried, huh? I think he wants no part of the chaos going on in there.
Nice kick by Pereira. 19-19 scored by Sean Sheehan. They're flashing minus 145 for Ankalaev, plus 114 for Pereira, except my bookies are showing minus 370 and plus 220. And there's 325 left here in round 3. 1 minute before your over tickets cash. Inside leg kick there lands by Ferreira. Not much on it, honestly. Outside leg kick though lands in that same spot. But Ankalaev seems to be okay with it.
They're gonna add up.
He hasn't really shaken out the leg or switched stances.
Now he's gonna try and wrestle.
Yeah, he went for a takedown and missed. Pereira got out of it and landed an elbow on the way out. Nice work.
It's like a matador. That's got to be good for his confidence.
Yeah, he's stalking Pereira. And Pereira's not really making him pay or hurting him or anything. Okay, your over's cash because now we're past the 2.5 minute mark.
Ankalaev has had success striking when he feints first.
Yeah.
I'm still trying to figure out what Pereira's doing, though. He's not really doing much.
No, he's not. He's touching, kicking, but he's not really like putting everything into his punches. Or at least he hasn't in the last all of round 2 and round 3. I haven't seen much of that.
He's done a good job of getting out of some of these clinches. Pereira almost took him down.
He did, yeah.
With a little trip. He was tripping.
Pereira's starting to throw some nice counter hooks. Crowd erupts with anything Pereira does, but I didn't see it being anything as big as like what Ankalaev landed at the end of the second. I think Pereira might be down 2-1 going into round 3 again.
I think this round's a little closer, but yeah, I'm favoring Ankalaev. I wish he'd commit more to his takedowns, though. Kind of goes in there lazy.
Yeah. Yeah, he keeps backing Pereira down. Nice.
Landed a right hand.
Right hand. Yeah.
He staggered him.
Ankalaev landed that. 38, 37, 36, 35 left in round 3. Ankalaev winning this round.
And not in the way that we would have called right before the fight.
Right. Ankalaev minus 395. Pereira plus 240. Significant strikes. Pereira 21, Ankalaev 14. Oh, shit. I wonder what that's going to do. Head kick there at the end by Ankalaev. Did you hear what I said? 21-14 Pereira. Is this one of those deceiving rounds where it looked like Ankalaev might have won it, but technically on Pereira's side?
I thought he landed the best strike of the round.
When he starts, you counter is what Ankalaev's corner's telling him. You have energy. You have plenty of energy. Boy, the Brazilians, I don't know what the hell that was. I was trying to listen, and he kept saying, kick him, and feint, and kick. Like, either the translator didn't have much to work with, or he botched it. Goze, I'm not giving it an A- or an A because this fight's kind of a dud.
I mean, it has you on edge because of what's kind of happened. Oh, there we go. Ankalaev shoots. It's defended here. They're up against the cage. I hear what you're saying, but there's so much on the line.
B plus range. You know, the highlight and Fiziev put on a good fight, and so I had it at a B plus. All these guys needed to do is do something, and we'd be at an A-. But I don't know. Neither guy's really trying to hurt the other. Even the takedown attempts seem kind of lazy, ineffective.
I think his best bet to get this guy down is with a trip or to drag him down, honestly.
Ankalaev minus 395, Pereira plus 235.
But see, even this right here, George, is so tiring up against the cage, and I think it's something that just Ferreira doesn't normally go through. So he's investing, you know, in a little bit. See how tired he comes out of it.
Ankalaev shutting Petrosyan down 3-0. I don't know about that one. 29-28 according to Sean Sheehan. I like that score. And now we're at 3:42, 41, and 40 of round 4, and they're up against the cage, which I imagine is where Ankalaev wants it, and he has Petrosyan up against the cage, but Petrosyan does a good job of getting out of it. Ankalaev right back at it, though. It seems like Ferreira's slowing down a little bit, and Ankalaev's got a little bit more explosion. So now he's dirty boxing against the cage. Maybe if he catches Pereira off balance, he can trip him. But so far, it's just him up against the cage. Pereira defending right in front of Judge Sal D'Amato. Pereira snuck in a knee. 3:05 left here in round 4. We might have a new champ, Goze.
Possibly.
Remember, if he's up 2-1 and he wins this round, Mark Goddard, by the way, just encouraged him.
I don't understand why.
I think
this is fighting.
Yeah, under the rules of fighting, you're right. I think what he might have been like, come on, guys, let's put on a show here. Like,
yeah.
Which isn't his job or anything, but yeah, it looked like it was more on the lines of like he's seen a lot of fights and this is one of the more boring ones. Let's pick it up, boys. Yeah, and he breaks him up. Okay, so it was also a threat against that too.
I disagree with that.
I've seen more ineffective sequences than that one. Like it wasn't getting much, but he was staying busy. You know, I wouldn't have broke him up just yet, but I guess technically he did give the warning. Oh, Petrosyan still can get that kick up to the head pretty quick, but Magomed's got a lunk.
Look at Pereira's legs, George. They're tired. Those are tired legs right there.
Yeah.
Magomed is stalking.
DC saying, shoot again, shoot again. And see, Ferreira's not making them pay. When there's distance, make them pay. But he's just not throwing much. I know the first thing they're going to say is, hey, man, you're traveling all over the world. Did it catch up with you?
Could be. Doing a good job fighting him off, though, these takedowns. I mean, he's a massive dude.
Oh, boy. 47, 46, 45 left in round 4. We're on our way to a 3-1 deficit for Poatan. He's going to need a KO in round 5 or a submission, unless he can do something. But now we're down to 32, 31, and 30 left in round 4. He's got to make it up with some damage. He's got to wobble him or put an onslaught.
Mm-hmm.
The fans are booing, by the way, if you're wondering. They're not digging this.
Right now, Dana White is texting Big Turkey. So what we got going on in boxing?
Exactly.
Whoa. Poatan threw him right at the bell. He just looks uninspired, right, Pereira?
Yeah.
Like you feel like he's still got it in him to pull something out, but he just seems like he doesn't want to be there or something.
You better start writing that check for 200 grand to Ankalaev's favorite charity or whatever that was. Because he's not showing me that well, you know what? To be fair, Leon Edwards looked like he was done when he came back and beat Kamaru Usman. He didn't look inspired either. So let's see if he can rally somehow. But I'm telling you, Goze, he's just not putting even combos together. Like, Ankalaev's probably like, well, you guys have been knocked out by this guy? Like, he doesn't really throw much.
But Ankalaev, he can't fight like he's got this in the bag. You just never know in the sport. He's got to keep up that intensity. Pereira's still dangerous, dude. He can get it done. He's got to know he's losing, though, right?
Mm-hmm. Wow, DC thinks it's 2-2. And remember, Goze, there was a round where we saw the significant strikes, 21-14 for Poatan. And, you know, again, it's like we don't make mistakes. We all thought Myron Santos lost. And
well, look at the odds. Minus 345 for Ankalaev. That should tell you a lot right now, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
that tells me it's 3-1. It didn't really hurt much, though. Yeah. Ferreira landed a nice jab. Like, it seems like that was the first jab he's landed all night, and he landed it right on his beak. It was nice.
At least Pereira's stalking. He's stalking now. He's coming forward. He's got a little bit more life in him, it seems like.
I'm seeing a lot of 3-1 scores getting flashed. Either Faraz or Ayman Zahabi put one up. Joban 3-1 for Ankalaev. 38-38, according to Kevin Iole. Is Kevin Iole going to retire, Goze?
I don't know. There was a lot of cryptic messages last night, huh?
Yeah. Looked like he was just hitting his stride with his new website and all.
Now it's Ankalaev that's stalking Pereira.
Yeah, 318, 317, 316, 315. Oh my gosh, these guys, they're killing us. Come on, guys, do something. 306, 305. They're standing in the middle of the octagon. If it is 2-2, someone at least go after this round 5. If it's 3-1, Pereira, make an effort to knock him out. It looks like Ankalaev of the two is down 3-1 and knows it, and is trying something.
If I'm Ankalaev,
nice head kick there by Pereira. It looked like it might have hurt Ankalaev a little, Goze. And I think Pereira might sense it. He went leg kick and then he went up high. Oh, but Ankalaev answered with a nice left.
I would try and shoot if I'm Ankalaev right now and just take the air out of the ball right now.
Yeah. Pull a Tom Brady.
Mm-hmm.
20 left here in round 5. Man, you're letting them recover, Pereira, if you did have him hurt. 2:05 left here in round 5. Okay, Goze, what if it is 2-2? What are you leaning at here?
Ankalaev.
Me too.
Pereira's not really throwing that right hand very much, is he?
No. But if it is 2-2 and Ankalaev's winning, he's not winning by a lot. This is winnable for Pereira, but we don't know the score. Could be 3-1. What are the odds? Minus 260 and plus 175. Ankalaev is the favorite. Poatan with a nice jab, follows it with a kick to the head. I wonder if Poatan's so confident that he thinks, I'll just dust him in the last 60 seconds. There's still a minute 20 left, and Ankalaev just tried to drag him to the ground, and Pereira showed great balance, heavy hips, and he did not get taken down. They're up against the fence.
Now he's got a good position.
Where Ankalaev is at, and now he's got him back control while they're standing. Poatan is fighting him, attacking the hands there, trying to defend with wrist control. He needs to spin into him really, really quick and make sure he doesn't get taken down. Goddard does seem far away right now because he needs to make sure no one's grabbing the fence, all that shit. Now there's 43, 42, 41, 40. And now it's more of a deficit for Pereira to come back if, in fact, he's losing. He has turned into him at least. There's still 33, 32, 31, and 30 seconds left. Pereira does turn into him. Can they separate, though? So far, Pereira's still just trying to get him off, peel him off. Significant strike count. Pereira won round 4, 11-5, and he's winning this round 13-10. But I just don't see the damage. It just looks like Ankalaev is the guy that's beating up the other one, not by much. We'll see, man. This might be a very interesting decision. It's going to go to a decision, 3, 2, and 1. They finish up against the cage, and that's it. Fans are booing. Fans are not happy right now. I'm hearing some cheers, but it sounds more like booing.
There's a pretty big bruise on Pereira's face right now. On his cheek.
Oh my gosh. Those significant strikes that really threw a wrench into all this.
I mean, it's so hard to call fights and keep score at the same time, but every time I see Twitter, it kind of seems, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, look at the highlights that they're showing. What a boring fight, says Tango Tampa in the chat.
It really was, man. All right, right now, DraftKings still taking bets. Ankalaev minus 130, Pereira plus 100. This sounds like it's 3-2, not 4-1. It's not. You know how it's not fight of the year? And it's not fight of the month? And it's not even the fight of the night? This is kind of up there, man, for one of the worst title fights I've seen. I'm not going to put it there with Rose and Carla or nothing like that, but and you know, one would think, well, Ankalaev probably made it boring and kept them down and held them down. Why is Dana looking at the scores?
Yeah,
I don't like that shit. Why is he looking at that? He should be. He's got so much money. The only excitement in life should be these surprises, man.
His face just gave it away, I think.
Yeah, I think Ankalaev won. Look at the other guys trying to sneak in a peek. Plenio Cruz. New.
Dude, the second you saw Dana White look at those cards and the face he gave, you could tell what happened.
Well, John Jones has nowhere to go now. It's either retirement or Aspinall. Can't play the Pereira card. And this was such a lackluster fight that I don't want to see them run it back, even though Pereira's been a great champ.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God, this is
but you kind of have to, right?
Well, maybe.
How do you not get Pereira a rematch?
Oh, it's a good question, Goze.
He's such a stud. I mean,
but he fought like shit.
He
and
did.
Most of this was contested on the feet.
I'm not saying he deserves it. I'm just saying that he's your guy. Like, that's what the UFC is going to want to have to do.
Okay, he's already beat Yuri twice. And Hill's got Roundtree. And he already kind of had his time off, although it was only like October to March. It looked like he was looking for a lot of time off after he fought 3 times in less than 6 months. He's 37, time off. He doesn't want to go to middleweight. Unless he went down to middleweight, but I don't think he would. He's a big boy. Because remember, Dricus du Plessis kind of gotten rid of everyone except for Hamzat. But I don't think Pereira could run interference on that. Hey, look, I'll say this. You could say outstruck the striker. It's not even like, oh, it was wrestling heavy. I mean, he mixed in some wrestling. And at the end, I can't fault him for grinding him against the cage. That's a strategy. Randy Couture, won titles off that. So he mixed up a little bit of that, a little bit of trying to get takedowns to the ground. So the dirty boxing, some striking. Like, it's really hard to say, he took a pussy way out or took the easy way out or, did this or did that. Like, you just got to tip your hat.
If you would have told me he fought off 3 or 4 takedowns from Ankalaev tonight, I would have said he won, right, Pereira? He still lost.
What did you not expect tonight? What was surprising? Joe Rogan's asking Pereira. He says, I knew it'd be a war. Every fight's a war. Were you surprised that he was able to back you up? He said in the second round, he felt that strike, but putting him into the cage, he didn't feel nothing. What do you think went wrong, basically? We followed our strategy. We know he puts people up against the fence. And he's kind of a little critical of the strategy of being pushed against the fence. He said, I heard him against the fence, except I was against the fence. You were an active champion. Do you want to take some time off? Joe Rogan's asking him. I'm going to keep training. I don't think I'm hurt. I want to get back to training. This is my life. Goes. Alex Pereira has this look on his face like he knew this was a winnable fight, but that wasn't the best Alex Pereira out there.
Very odd performance, man. I don't understand it. He just
Go ahead.
I was, there's certain guys that have this aura to them, like a Mike Tyson, and if you don't understand how afraid the other guy on the other side of you is of that type of fighting style, and you never get to it, you're doing them a huge favor. There were just times where I think he held back, he didn't throw, and you just can't do that when you're a guy like that.
I was gonna say, for me, it looks like a guy that knows the reason he wasn't at his best is because he didn't prepare. Yeah, I guess I'm gonna say it. I think there's something to be said for a lot of the traveling and not honing in and being at home and focused. This is the level, and you got to be at your best for every fight, especially as you age and as people are hungry and gunning for you. So I just think he has this look on his face like he knows, damn it, there goes pay-per-view points. There goes my historical significance in the sport. Remember, I was saying he could have tied Liddell. His next fight, whatever it is, he's not champ no more. And that's tough for a lot of these guys, especially the ones that have huge egos like Connor, Izzy, Let's see if this guy can get it back. He's done it once before, but he had this look like, man, I know I can show up better, and I know I could have won this fight if I probably put into this like I should have.
Yeah.
Like I thought he looked a little softer, and he just didn't fight like he had much energy, like he was trying to conserve or who knows what, man. It's hard to really pinpoint.
Sparring session. He was in a sparring session.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't like Ankalaev was just eating him up, and he was like, "Oh, okay, this guy's way better than me. My run's over." No, he had this look like, man, look. What's a good training camp? 2 to 3 months, 60 to 90 days. Let's call it in the middle. Let's call it 75 days. Of those 75, if you train pretty good for 60 of them, you're gonna have a good weight cut. Right? You're going to be mentally refreshed and ready to go on fight week. You're going to be, like I say, prepared. The strategy, the game plan is going to soak in. You're going over every situation. I would say, if I had to guess, out of 75 days, I mean, with all the traveling that I was noticing that he was doing and things, like he may have had like 20 good ones.
I don't know, man.
Like where you really buckle down and you're just honed in and you're not getting pulled in this direction and that direction.
It's weird because this is his biggest challenge. You think of anything, this is when he would really buckle down, but it just didn't look that way.
Yeah. Okay, you asked about a rematch. He's had 3 title defenses. The UFC's done it before. Usually they do it when the fans are calling for it. Fans weren't calling for it. They were booing it. But Pereira has a lot of fans. If Pereira somehow can say, somehow rally and plead, I bet you he could get it, because I think the UFC owes him some favors because he's done it for them.
Mm-hmm.
So when, I don't know. I'm thinking maybe New York, right? In November or something like that. Again, a little bit of time off and then a buckle down type of fight camp. Or maybe they go back to Abu Dhabi with Ankalaev as champ. I don't know. That's in October. I think international fight weeks too soon. I think they're going to focus on John Jones and whatever. If not, then let's say Ankalaev is hurt and Poatan wants to go again, then he'd have to fight someone. I don't know who that would be, though. It might have to be Hill if he beats Roundtree and give him a second chance. Right? He's only beaten Hill once.
Mm-hmm. I think if you're the UFC, what you got to do is you got to ask him and ask his camp, does he think he can win the fight? Was this just an off night? If he says yes, I think they do the rematch. If he kind of still looks a little out of it, then I think what they try and do is they try and wear Ankalaev out a little bit, and hope Pereira can get better. Maybe match him up against someone he's going to win and score another high pay-per-view. And then you set up that rematch, I guess. I don't know.
I wonder if Blachowicz beats Ulberg, if he might sneak in there. They had a draw once, right?
Possibly.
And he's well-liked, and he's up there in age, just to give Poatan some time. If Poatan only wants title fights, then Dricus is the way in, if he can't get back into this one. But heavyweight, forget about that. That's done.
Yeah, man. No, I don't want to see that.
Me neither.
You know who the biggest loser might be tonight? Honestly, maybe even John Jones. Yeah,
he lost leverage. Yeah. All right, folks. So thank you so much for tuning in to our UFC 313 watch along. Thank you to all that tuned in to Fada Hanoun and Danny Segura's preview show. We always do one of those before our watch alongs. And we're going to be here for the next watch along. That's UFC 314. It'll be in Miami on April 10th, and we'll be here for 9 fights, 4 featured prelims, and the pay-per-view. Once again, that's on April 12th. Sorry, not 10th. Mondays and Thursdays, we release MMA Junkie Radio, myself and Goze. Over 3,500 episodes, 17 and a half years doing this. And we always catch up with some big names this week. Josh Thompson, Eric Nixick, Mark Montoya. Been a fun week. Every Monday. Oh, and you can catch those at Google Podcasts, Apple Podcasts, Stitcher, Spotify, and Omni. And then every week, if you want to catch us live here on YouTube, youtube.com/MMA Junkie Video, it's Monday at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. It's called Spinning Back Click. I host it. And Goze is one of the panelists, along with our Junkie team. We bring on 2 others, and we unpack the biggest stories of the week. So that's Monday live. And it's also turned into podcast form. If you want to search for that, if you're just a podcast consumer, Spinning Back Click, look for that. And don't forget our latest video franchise, Overreaction Time, with host Simon Simano. That's Tuesdays at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. Yours truly will be the guest this week. And with that, we are out of here. Hopefully you enjoyed the fights like we did. I'm going to give it Goze a B, maybe a B-. How about you?
Fair. I think a B is fair.
Yeah. I'd be